7 o'clock in St. Louis, you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. And Doug, it's a special day because for the next week, Jackson Burkett will be updating the names in the text inbox. Jackson, I know you always look forward to the first of the month. Was that Bone Thugs and Harmony, first of the month? Wake up, wake up, wake up. It's the first of the month. Is that like 90?
I don't know the years, Tim.
Jackson, is that correct?
Like a payday, getting paid first of the month. Yeah, I enjoy it,
Do you?
No.
Martin just picked up a read and Jackson folded.
Yeah.
Does that remind us of which press conference was that? Steve Sarkisian?
Yeah, Arch Manning. Yeah, did you talk to Arch? Yes. That's what Arch said? No.
Just an insta-fold, 3-bet.
Yeah. Is that a smart move in poker when you put the cards down, giggle, and then hope no one calls
you got to put on a little performance. Yeah. You got to put on a little performance when you've been caught, so to speak.
Because of you guys, I do listen closer to press conferences, and we've had a lot of those, what your grandma think lately, especially college coaches. I was driving home late night, and they were carrying the Terry Francona Reds postgame on Sirius.
Oh, yeah? How was that?
And one of the writers, who sounded kind of young, he said, "Terry, what do you think happened with all those weird defensive plays?" He goes, "What do you mean weird defensive plays?" he said, "Like what?" And the guy goes, well, the one time Hunter threw it into the Dodger dugout, he goes, "Yeah, it wasn't weird. It was a bad throw." And he goes, "What were the other ones?" And he said, just some pitches that were off location." And he goes, "Yeah, well, that happens." It was terrible.
I actually I watched all 4 games yesterday. Not because, Martin, you were asking if I would watch them, and it wasn't like, ooh, the games are on, I'll watch them. But while I'm working in my home away from home, my basement, they were on in the background. And I really thought, speaking of Francona, his interview, and I don't know who the reporter was during that game, was really
Alden Gonzalez, maybe?
Yeah, it was really insightful. So was Roberts, but like Francona really kind of broke down where they were in the game. Obviously, Ohtani leading things off with a home run. And I enjoyed it thoroughly. So, Doug, the Tigers can end the Guardians season today.
Now you're gonna need more time away.
I'm gonna tweet something out during the break and apologize.
Right.
The Cubs can put Mike Schilt squarely on the hot seat on Jackson's behest this afternoon. And then, of course, the Yankees-Red Sox series could end, and they're not happy about it in the Bronx because they're already not happy about the Mets in Queens, and the Reds are probably just playing with free money, and they're like, yeah, we probably figured we'd have 24 hours in the postseason. That was nice. We'll head back to Cincinnati and get out there and see how our 7-irons are flying.
Yankees had a good chance to come back. They loaded the bases with nobody out in the ninth.
Oh, here comes Giancarlo Stanton.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss, and he strikes out. Trent Grisham has an opportunity. Oh, swing and a miss, and the Red Sox are a game away from advancing to the ALDS.
Well, Goldschmidt stepped up, got a little base hit.
Yeah, I called it a knock.
Got a little knock.
It's hard to do, load the bases against Chapman. He's 36, I think, and he's still throwing 100.
Is that right? I was wondering. I was going to look it up, but
he's still throwing 101. It's like it doesn't matter what year it is and what team Chapman's on. He just comes into the game and throws 101.
Yeah, 37. He looks completely unhittable. I don't know how anyone ever gets a hit against him, but they do.
The Cardinals had that stretch against it. Wasn't there a 5-year stretch where they didn't get a run off of him when he was with the Reds? Something insane. But boy, the Yankees, man, you got the bases loaded, you're all jacked up, and 3 in a row.
The worst one was the Guardians.
Yes.
And I'm talking about Jose Ramirez. That was brutal.
I was listening to the Fast Lane, and Stalter just goes, "Hold on. Oh, my God."
Yeah, Stalter's right on target. I could not believe that he did that. I mean, I realize he's one of the best players in the game, for those not aware, and I think that probably is about 50% of the audience. Down 2-1 in the bottom of the ninth, the Guardians have Jose Ramirez at third with nobody out, and I believe it was with 1 out, ground ball back to the pitcher. And Ramirez just breaks, and he gets caught in a rundown, and that wraps it up. And if you can steal that game, or just get it into the Tigers' bullpen in a Scooble start where he had 14 Ks. First time a pitcher has gone on the road in the postseason and gotten 14 Ks. Doug, since 25 years ago.
25 years ago. That would have been the year 2000. Initials, please.
RC?
Nice.
RC?
Nice.
That was my guess.
Royal Crown.
Royal Crown.
Oh, delicious.
Okay. Rocky Colavito.
Great hurler in 2000.
Red Sox, Astros.
Roger Clemens.
Yes.
Okay.
We got it.
Nice. I like the show prep today.
Gotta do show prep.
Clip that off.
Got to.
You can text in 314 Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. Then you can call it as well. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. And then 105 friends have already gathered to watch the program at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug's Hole Inspector is talking to Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter and the Pope, who can really roll the rock. It's fun to watch his putting skills. They're all in there talking it over, and you can join in as well. And you don't have to talk. You can just observe, lurk. But it's there, and you can watch us and watch Jackson update these text inbox names. Jackson, if you don't have a text inbox, look, I went to the Air Comfort Service text inbox. The Green Arnold Water Tower is a new text inbox name. So, and this gentleman just said, he wants a text inbox name, and Jackson does it. Yeah. But you're not changing the ones that because we need to have that history. So Harrison's brother Master has been asking for a change, and what is your response?
No dice.
Okay. There you go.
Huh. Your penance is having to stick with that silly name.
So we know who we're dealing with.
Right. That too.
We are fresh off of the Chaim Bloom presser, and I am looking forward to the reactions of the dais and the audience. So I will do what Doug calls a Gallup poll and ask the listeners your reaction. And do you feel better about the Cardinal future after watching or listening to that yesterday? Do you feel worse, or has your emotion been unchanged? Martin, you were at the press conference. What stood out to you?
I think Chaim Bloom, as we saw a year ago in the brief appearance, is more than capable to sit up there and deliver the message. He's affable. But I think he's had time to prepare the comments, and I think the words were chosen very carefully, so they never said rebuild. But he did say the long term. You kept hearing the phrase, the long term, no shortcuts. At one point, he said there could be some pain involved. So I think they were trying to say, without saying it, hey, we need a minute here. It's not going to be overnight. But he was asked about free agents and signing international players. Sure, but everything's for the long term. So I think without saying it's a rebuild, they're saying it's going to be a minute. But I think he comes off fine. What to me was really odd when asked about the coaching staff, he said, oh, yeah, we'll get a few things to do, but they'll be back, and they do a great job. And even at Wrigley, they played hard. He never said the name Oli Marmol. And I do wonder if that was strategic. If they said, listen, let's just... And then later, Oli was there, and I said, you want to do an interview about next season and about your relationship with Chaim? He said, hey, man, I'm just sitting this one out today. It's about him. It's his day, which is a fair stance. I just wondered if they didn't want... Because there's so many people who are divided on Oli Marmol, whether they want him back. Or some people say it's not his fault. We talked about it for a while yesterday. I just thought that was interesting that they're trying to almost separate the two, yet they're going to soon be linked together because Chaim didn't, quote, bring in his own guy. But I think his message was fine.
You would have thought it had been pretty easy to say we are behind Oli, and he's definitely our manager for next year, if that were the case, if that decision has been made.
Well, it has, and Ollie's coming back, and that was what I guess they considered a foregone. Like, I think they feel like, well, why do we have to announce that? He's under contract. If we were firing him, we would announce it. You know what I'm saying? Even though in the world we live in, everybody's job in the sports world is kind of up for grabs.
And
I just
quicker than they used to be, I think. Bob Melvin got all of 2 years in San Francisco.
Yeah. So I think it was just kind of an odd... That part of it, to me, was peculiar if it was, in fact, on purpose. And I felt like all the wording was very detailed by design. And yet they never said the man's name, which was a little odd.
Yeah.
But also,
I think that's a good observation.
And then build it with the third, who has gotten in the crosshairs before with fans and how he reacts. He said, message sent, message received.
Yeah, that's regarding the attendance. Jackson, I know you're in the process of updating a lot of text names already, 314-399-9646. But on our Fun with Audio sheet, this would be audio clip 2, Bill DeWitt III.
On the attendance?
Yes.
You got it.
We've all seen it. The numbers are down, and it's something that we're not happy about. If to the extent that that's a message, the message has been received. What we're all about is trying to think about ways to increase attendance beyond the biggest way, which is obviously what Chaim's talking about. We know that a winning team on the field is the most important thing relative to attendance, but then there's several factors that we can control on the business and operational side. We've listened to our fans, and they want value. Prices for tickets, concession, and parking is something that they've expressed, issue with. It's really addressing all of those things that we can control on the business side, and we're, as you know, new leadership on the business side too, with the NUC and others who are taking that head on.
Base hit.
Yeah.
And there is, if you're on the business side, which he is, there's not a whole lot you can do if the team's not any good.
No.
You can have the slick ad campaign. You can lower the price of hot dogs. You can try things like that. And he acknowledges the number one thing is going to be
You can do things, but will it
team.
matter? That's the big thing. And can they really control all the parking around there? I don't think they
He
control
got into
most of the
detail
parking.
about that at one point and said, we control 1,300 spots. And he said, we try and lead the way in pricing. And he said, I think he said, we are, or we tend to be lower than the ones around us. He said, we try and lead the market with the pricing, but we can't control beyond that.
Right.
I mean, the truth is nobody, and Mazalek brought it up, but maybe it was here or at the press conference, crime, downtown safety,
Yeah, he brought
parking.
it up both here when he was
Yeah.
in studio with us last week, and he brought it up again in his press conference Monday.
I think most fans are just throwing that away and saying, whatever, get a good team, we'll come down. Blues City, get a good team, we'll come down. Even though it's probably a factor at some point, I don't think anybody wants to hear it. Now, safety of your fans is huge, and I do think for a lot of people it is a factor. I just don't think people right now want to hear it. They're like, fix the team, period.
Yeah. And I don't know how patient fans will be either, because we've already had 3 years back to back to back that have been awful. So if they say you got to be patient and wait, how much longer do they have to wait to have a competitive team?
Which gets into something that I think the Marmol observation you made, Martin, is right on, that his name wasn't mentioned, and that some of the staff will be back, but not everybody. That stood out. But I think the one that for a lot of people stood out was the conversation about the payroll from the chairman, Bill DeWitt Jr. We will have that audio for you and discuss it, and I will give my theory as to whether or not that was truthful, coming up here in a matter of moments. Want to welcome a new sponsor to TMA. Always great to have new sponsors on the program. It's the lifeblood of the show, and 5 Iron Golf is the new sponsor. 5 Iron Golf, now open in Clayton. I checked it out a few weeks ago. I couldn't believe it when I walked in, and I am being 100% serious. I didn't know about it. I walked in, and I thought this place is heaven on earth. Whether you are a serious golfer and you want to use the 13 simulator bays they have with TrackMan, or just for like a social event. They have an incredible selection of food and drink. It is a perfect place to host an event. It is somewhere I will be throughout the cold weather months practicing, and I cannot wait to do it. 5 Iron Golf has you covered with TrackMan simulators, pro instructors, and memberships that include free golf every single day. You even get a swing evaluation when you join, so you can actually see where your game is at. You can play iconic courses on the TrackMan simulator like Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and Bethpage Black. 5 Iron Golf in Clayton has 200-plus world-class courses, and it doesn't matter what the weather's like outside. You can play at 5 Iron Golf inside in Clayton. They have leagues and lessons available. No dress code, just golf, and they have memberships, free golf golf every day, discounts on food, drinks, lessons, leagues, even club fitting, and it's only $169 per month. I am telling you, as somebody who has been in there, that is a ridiculous value, and it's not like there are thousands of memberships available. They're going to cap it, so make sure you get in there ASAP because you are going to want to be able to have access to it during the cold weather months and get your game fine-tuned and be able to play on the simulators. Only $169 per month, and if you join, you will get your first month free. So join now. Check it out. 5-Iron Golf in Clayton. It's not just golf simulators. It's an entire golf experience. Get the information on memberships, lessons, and leagues at 5irongolf.com. Trust me, somebody who has been there and cannot wait to go back, you will love it. It's 5irongolf.com. All right, we will have that Bill DeWitt sound for you coming up here in a matter of moments on the payroll. That's next on TMA, presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
jazz flute.
Martin, that jazz flute right there puts Doug in a really nice place. It's TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMASTL. 150 on the nose in there talking it over. Lex Luthor and Steve Gottsagen's teleprompter are debating what the real downtown of St. Louis is, and Lex Luthor says Clayton is the real downtown of the region, and by 2050 it'll probably be Chesterfield. Sports leagues, including a potential NFL or NBA franchise, should be aware of this.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's too far off the mark.
So you're a Lex Luthor lemming.
Well, I don't know that I'm necessarily a lemming. I think his projections are probably reasonable.
Why don't you guys go on a date?
Well, for heaven's sakes.
You can go on a date with Lex Luthor at youtube.com/TMASTL. It's brought to you by Michelob Ultra. And then you can also text into this program, Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646. And of course, we love the phone lines, Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101. So I got the sense, based on the already number of texts we've seen on it and the reaction in the moment, that this stood out yesterday. This is Chairman Bill DeWitt Jr. at the Chaim Bloom press conference regarding the upcoming season's payroll.
I don't think Chaim and I have even talked about payroll. You know, he's here to do the job, and we don't know what our payroll is going to be. I can't tell you right now. But, you know, we're going to provide the resources for Chaim to build what he's talking about building. So, you know, we can take it from there.
Doug, do you believe that he was being truthful with it?
No. No,
Martin,
I don't.
Do you believe he was being truthful?
That they haven't discussed payroll at all.
Yes.
I would say they probably haven't gotten overly specific, but I think they have an idea of where they're going to be. Otherwise, you're not talking to Arenado, you're not talking to Contreras if you don't have the idea of moving money off the books. Why else are you going? I mean, granted, they're veterans. You want them out of the way, quote. I'm sure they've discussed payroll to some degree.
How could you not? That's like 70 or 80% of the job.
I actually believe it. Number one, the way he said it. But number two, I think it speaks to where the organization is, and that it's so clear that the payroll is going to be so low and decreasing even more substantially from where it was in 2025, that relatively speaking, it's immaterial to the next 5 months because they're not going to be participating in an exercise of adding substantial payroll. If anything, the budget will be seeing decreases on the player expense side. So I think he was being truthful, but I think there is a tell in that answer, and that is that they're not going to be adding anything. They might add some guys who are, you know, getting ready to shut it down because they need somebody to eat innings in 2026. But I actually believed that, but I'm not saying it from a hashtag rights holder standpoint. I'm saying it's because what their plans are for 2026 do not really involve trying to field a competitive team.
Well, don't you think it's a little bit? I mean, it could be a little bit of semantics. Like they've talked overall.
How could
big
you
picture,
not? He's been
but
there
not
almost a year.
Right. I think he's saying we haven't specifically said we're at 120, we're at 130, or whatever the number may end up.
Yeah, well, that could be. Because if he'd said, sure, we've talked payroll, then the next question would have been, okay, what are you going to spend?
Right.
Lower the payroll and provide cheaper hot dogs. That's how you get fans back into seats. That's from Bourbon Bob. Doug, if the hot dogs were cheaper, would fans?
Well, I think the reality is they could cut their payroll by, I don't know what it is, 60 or 70 million and have basically the same team. If you got rid of Arenado and Contreras and
Sonny Gray?
Sonny Gray, yeah. If you just didn't have those three players in their contracts, you'd have pretty much the same team. But they're stuck with them. Stuck with all three of those contracts.
Contreras says he really wants to stay to mentor the young players. Sonny Gray last week said that he has to explore the opportunities, and Nolan Arenado also making it clear that he most likely is going to have to open up his field of potential suitors.
Mm-hmm.
I think it now includes anywhere but here, which I believe I labeled it about a year ago.
Jackson, can I get you into Predictionary, even though I know you're over there updating text inbox names like the Dickens? Open up Predictionary.
I can be anything right now.
And by the way, people don't text in and ask Jackson, do I have a name? And Jackson says, no, you don't. It's your job. He's not assigning names.
No.
You don't go to the state of Missouri and say, hey, I'd really like a vanity plate. What you got?
Ooh, nice.
Ass man.
Is that yours?
No, that was Kramer's at one point.
Over under on the number of Cardinals in the contracts they would like to unload actually going. I will set it at, God, I don't know where to set it because
So our total is the 3, right? The big 3?
Yes.
Okay. Is 1.5 the number?
I was going to go 1.5. I'll go 1.5.
Okay. 1.5's the number.
All right. You going over? You going under? How many they will be
I'll
able
go
to
under.
trade?
I think Arenado will be gone. Probably not the other two.
Okay. Doug's on the under.
I think I agree with that. I think Sonny Gray will come to the warm-up and say, yeah, I just didn't want to move. And we just got some boxes unpacked. Like there'll be a really long answer about why he's still here. So I'm gonna say just Arenado.
I will go over.
Okay.
Right.
I will go over.
And it's going to be Sonny, you think?
I think
Definitely his value.
Sonny and Arenado, and I don't know. The Contreras thing is how he has a get-out-of-jail-free card around here blows me away. But and that contract has a get-out-of-jail-free card. I think it's one of those things where people don't want to say, yeah, I was wrong on that. But my God, I would love to see all three be with different organizations next year.
And how much would you be willing to eat of that money?
The honest answer is I don't know because I don't know what the comfort level of the organization is. So it's anything I say is just completely talking out of my ass. So I don't know.
But on Arenado, if you pay 10 and save 10, you'd probably do it in a heartbeat, right?
I'm sure at this point. I mean, Mozeliak was really transparent with that when he was sitting in here. It's not his problem anymore. But, he flat out said they're going to have to eat way more than they were going to have to eat last year. The deal with the Astros was favorable for the Cardinals.
Yeah. I'm still of the opinion that I would rather have Arenado than eat his salary and send him somewhere else. Even if he has to sit on the bench, if he's a backup player, a pinch hitter, an injury fill-in, if I got to pay him all that money, I just assume have him as discard him.
I think you got to just move him out. And I hate the phrase a distraction, but you can't have a potential Hall of Fame guy just sitting around miserable, not playing. I just don't think that's going to work if you really are trying to freshen it up a little bit. The hot take on Monday, Tim, was, and Doug had the mittens out.
Do I need him again?
Bring him out.
Doug said on Monday, because we said it was a runway and we knew they weren't going to be great in 25, and once it ended, Doug said it was a disaster. He said nothing really was accomplished, which I think a lot of people agree.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that.
Herrera emerged. McGreevy got a little more established, but Gorman, Walker, you're back to what we said a year ago. I don't know. What do we have in these? So really, you didn't move forward in many ways.
And if you were setting goals at the outset, I don't think too many people would have said get into the playoffs, although, you obviously can fumble F around and get in there now. But you wanted to have some clarity. And I don't really know. But at the same time, it's kind of like when you're talking about a Hall of Famer, if you have to have a real discussion and there's still a bunch of questions, then the player's not a Hall of Famer. I realize that isn't necessarily the standard anymore. But if you're still going, yeah, we don't have answers, well, then maybe you do have answers because you still are asking the questions. So I think that you're going to see a number of players taking out the Contreras, Arenado, Gray section of the roster. I think you're going to see a number of players traded this offseason as well. And if we're sitting here or we're down in Jupiter in mid-February and you see essentially no movement like we saw when we were down there, again, all due respect to Michael Hellman, I would be shocked and I would be super disappointed. I expect you to see a lot of change, and I am all for it. Have a strategy, execute the strategy. And this strategy is we are focused on the future, and the future may be a few years away, but fine, that's what needs to be done. They haven't done that in a while, and I am excited for it.
And to do that, you're going to have to be willing to eat an awful lot of dead money.
Yep.
An awful lot. And whether they're willing to do that or not, Yeah, well, we'll see. Right now, I think they're a team that has some nice complementary pieces. Talking about guys like Donovan and Burleson and Herrera, these are good players that could be complementary pieces. They're not the guys you want leading the franchise. They're not the 2 or 3 big hitters that you need in the middle of the lineup to actually have a championship caliber team. But they're okay. You just still need to find the stars. And where they're coming from, who knows?
Contreras is the best hitter on the roster. Red jacket inbound. That's from Heim's Gold Chain.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
I don't know if that's satirical or not. I don't have a read yet. I'm going to call and see what happens on the turn.
He's another one that you like to have in your lineup, but he's not going to make you an entirely different team. He's not going to put the team on his back for a couple of weeks.
I was shocked when I looked. 80 RBIs was his career high. Now, granted, that Cubs lineup was stacked, and I think he batted a little bit lower in the lineup, but shocked that he got to 80 and an injury. Yeah, had some injuries, missed some games. That's a career high for him. 20 home runs led the team. And then you watch the playoffs, all these guys that come up, even for the Tigers, this Torkelson and Carpenter, like everybody's got guys who hit home runs. And your leading home run guy was 20.
And the Dodgers hit how many last night?
They almost hit 20 last night.
Yeah.
5 home runs last night.
Yeah.
Tommy Edman, Martin, I know you're monitoring that on the Twitter tweets with Carson Kelly going yard and now Tommy Edman going yard, former Cardinals in October.
Yes, and that's part of the fun game, right? Little Cardinal October bingo. Which former Cardinal is going to have a big game here and there? Immediately somebody said, we got Goldschmidt for Carl Kelly. What are you talking about? We're having fun with it, Doug. We're not bemoaning the Carson Kelly exit, okay?
Right.
Nobody's saying we should have kept Carson Kelly.
Really?
It is kind of fun looking up and seeing former Cardinals
doing well,
heating up in October, and Tommy Edman followed suit last night. I got to say, that Cubs-Padres, that atmosphere at Wrigley yesterday, if anything, it made you miss October baseball more. It was a day game, sun's out, and that place was loud.
It was outstanding.
It was a great game, intense. Boy, Schilt he got Banty a couple different days. He gets really fired up.
If you're talking about specifically the 9th inning, 2 outs with Xander Bogaerts, he was 100% right. I'm glad. I love seeing when referees or umpires get together and get the call right. And yeah, it's embarrassing for the home plate umpire that he botched it. For the record, I realize, again, probably in this case, maybe 15% of the people know what I'm talking about. That might be high. Padres down in the 9th inning. Xander Bogaerts is up, and the home plate umpire gave him a strike for stepping out. The issue is the Cubs' Keller had stepped off the mound. And that's why Bogart stepped out, and Schilt came out, and he knew he was going to be feisty, so he covered his mouth like a head coach in the NFL, calling in a play, or the profanity that Randy Arozarena captured on Instagram. And to the umpiring crew's credit, they got together and they overturned that. I like seeing that. I hate seeing, as much college football as I watch, Georgia Tech should have a loss. They blew that this past weekend with a guy just lining up off sides, and they couldn't get together and go, yeah, we screwed that up. Wake Forest should be able to run out the clock here, and then Georgia Tech comes back and win. I just hate when things that blatant, and around here, whether you're a Cardinal fan from 1985 or a Missouri fan from 1990, take your pick of whatever famous officiating play, these things that could change history. Bogaerts didn't deserve to have a strike. Jackson's hot seat guy, Mike Schilt, was out there, and he was ready to go bat crap. And justifiably so, I have to say. So to the credit of the umpires, they overturned it. But yes, Mike Schilt and the Padres were up against one hell of an atmosphere yesterday in Chicago.
Yeah. Good atmosphere in L.A., too. The announcers are making a big deal out of the fact that Dodger Stadium is the most homer-friendly park in the majors. And as I watched, I thought, is that because of the park, or is it because who they've got hitting there? You look at the guys in the Dodgers lineup, Ohtani, Betts, Freeman, Hernandez. The Cardinals don't have anybody close to any of those guys. No wonder they're hitting all the home runs. Look who they got in the lineup. I don't know if
is it the park? Is it the player, Doug?
I think it's mostly the player. Because some of those balls Ohtani hit, they'd have been out of Lambert. They'd have been out of any field you play in. That second one he hit was almost left the stadium.
Doug, my Gallup poll for the texters today would be...
Second Gallup poll of the 7 o'clock hour.
I will go Quinnipiac. This would be a Quinnipiac edition, but... Are you any different as a Cardinal fan do you feel any different than you did a day ago? Yes, it's a new face, Chaim Bloom, new message. I think he was trying his best to be open and honest. Some of it's just kind of typical jargon. We're going to get back to winning the World Series. That's our goal, proud franchise. And I think he believes it. I think he looks at the Cardinal brand and said, man, this is a great organization historically. No reason we shouldn't be able to get back to that. But I wonder how many people really, I think part of it is he's attached now with Oli. And I think that's going to drag him down in some circles. But I'm curious, do people feel a little better? Hey, it's not Mo anymore. They realize they got to fix this thing. It's not going to be overnight. Is that what you've been waiting to hear? And the more you look at it, okay, it doesn't look like a team that's going to be one player away. Then you look at the Blues, and I'm like, that was 2 years ago. They're dumping players and left and right, and all of a sudden, here they are, maybe not a strong cup contender, but they're in the mix. It's a good team, and they did that quickly. It's unbelievable how the Blues went from kind of bottoming out and unloading players to all of a sudden being back kind of in the mix, being a true playoff contender. Mm-hmm. How they did that in a short window, whereas the Cardinals have spent 3 years really doing nothing, and now you're going to spend a couple more doing nothing. So you may look at 5 years and say, we should have just tanked if you're going to have 5 years that don't add up to anything.
That is why in the moment when you recognize it's not going right, you bail. You have to do that. And they could have been, the term I use is aggressive, but aggressive, you're usually thinking about acquisitions. In this particular case, I'm talking about unloading. 2023 was a golden opportunity to start the strategy for rebuilding. For whatever reason, that's become like saying the word yips or something, or the F word. I don't know why you can't say rebuilding, but whatever. People monitor whether or not people say rebuilding with organizations around the country. Fine. But unload Goldschmidt, unload Arenado, take advantage when a value on a commodity is high as opposed to when it's bottomed out. Now you're going to be eating all the salary. You have to have some foresight and you have to have some balls. And it's going to be unpopular. Fine. But you know where you are, and this organization has not chosen to do that. And that is why it has been stagnant. They've wanted to hedge. And you can't hedge. You pay for it now. And that's why you're going to see, most likely, a couple of years of rebuilding, even though they don't want to call it that. But they had a golden opportunity in 2023 to capitalize on guys who were 9 months removed from finishing near the top of the MVP race. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. Collier and Thompson phone lines. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the program. And you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, I've been vacationing at your parents' place in the Hamptons, so I did not find out. Did Riot's dad win the month of September? Riot's dad, Doug. Yep. Riot's dad.
Big month for him.
5 wins.
He has a problem with the West County Catholic Parish moms and dads.
Yeah, he makes comments about their footwear choices.
Oh, is that right? That's the issue?
Hey Dudes enters the crosshairs.
I still don't know what Hey Dudes are.
Has he ever written in under a different name? Should we know his work?
No, this is Riot's dad.
Okay. I can only go by the pen name, man.
RHYATT''.
That's how he spells
Riot's
it.
dad.
Right.
That's
Right.
correct.
Okay.
Design Air is online at designairservice.com. That Seth Goldcamp texted us all yesterday and said, hey, boys, schedule a furnace tune-up. And, of course, we are more than happy to do that with Design Air Heating and Cooling because Martin, Doug, and I are all clients of Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest-running sponsor on TMA. So many Morning After listeners over the years have worked with Seth Goldcamp, and they realize there's not going to be upselling. They're going to fix it. They're going to move on. That's the way they work. That is how they have built the business going back generations. Seth is 4th generation. Design Air is who you can count on. My family just installed a brand new air conditioner with Design Air Heating and Cooling, and we work Design Air Heating and Cooling on this program. DesignAirService.com, sponsor of our email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Your Stiefel dossier today, Jeremy Rutherford in studio, brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. That comes up at 9 o'clock. We'll take 2-part questions there. And then we also have angry college football coaches, Doug.
Good. I like that segment, sure.
There's plenty of fun with audio there. And then also what's becoming a tradition, Mike Francesa's not happy. He's not happy with the Yankees and Aaron Boone after last night. Something that I think Cardinal fans will be able to relate to if you can remember the last time they were in the playoffs, 2022. So we'll have that for you on the Stiefel dossier as well. The program's called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Dr. John Canale of Psychiatric Care and Research Center has been practicing in St. Louis going back 4 decades and 20 plus years in conducting clinical research trials. And that is relevant to you because you could make some money by participating in one of Dr. John Canale's clinical research trials. He is doing studies on anxiety disorder, depression, bipolar depression, and obsessive compulsive disorder. The office is in O'Fallon, Missouri, and compensation will be provided for both your time and your travel. So you might be sitting there going, okay, I am interested. If you are interested, here are one of 2 ways that you can sign up and receive compensation. 636-244 3593. That's 636-244-3593. Or just go online at pcrc-stl.com. That's pcrc-stl.com. That's Dr. John Canale in Psychiatric Care and Research Center.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. MLB playoff action right here this today on 101 ESPN. Dodgers and Reds, Game 2. Pregame's going to start at 7:30 p.m. First pitch at 8:08 p.m. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Doug, is this the great Julie Andrews?
It is. With Dick Van Dyke, probably.
It's Julie Andrews' birthday. You guys want to take a guess how old?
Oh, gosh. 89.
87.
The big 9-0 for Julie Andrews.
Yeah, once I said 88, I'm like, he's not playing this if it's not 90.
Oh, I
wanted it back.
would play it if it was 88.
This guy loves musicals, doesn't he?
He sure does.
Julie Andrews, you know, looks great for 90. I mean,
Oh,
truly.
yeah. I saw yesterday Mr. T turned 91. Is that
Really? Mr. T's 91?
I'm
Possibly
going
be true.
to put my entire bankroll in the middle on under, and I am now left exposed, but that's
50 in Rocky 3?
I think
Maybe.
that's
Oh, this
way
is
too high.
73.
Yeah.
This
nice to
meme I
double
saw.
up. That'll wrap it up. See you boys in Jupiter.
I saw a picture
I'll call
of
in
him
every once in a while.
with a birthday cake. Said he was 91. I said, "Is that possible?"
How
No.
many pan coins you got, bitch?
Yeah. But then
The answer is, Doug, it's not possible.
No, I guess not. I didn't care enough to check that out anywhere else. I just said, huh.
The program is The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel, where you can gather and also talk it over with others in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. And then you can text in 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. Doug, they're not happy in the text inbox. That wasn't so bad. Thanks for showing a tiny bit of passion for something other than Mizzou. That's from the salty bald dad from Caseyville. Martin, if you look at his text history, he really doesn't like Missouri football. But then at the same time, then they really don't like that we're talking about the Cardinals. And that's from a wide variety of TMA listeners. I'd rather hear about Mizzou's bye week than how the Cardinals have become a mediocre franchise. That is from Doug's prison wallet. And then Stephen Wildwood on Hey Dudes wearers. They definitely have a beard, wear shorts no matter what the weather is, and have a shirt advertising some beach bar. That's Chairman Stephen Wildwood, and he's very specific with these Hey Dudes. Jackson's nodding.
I find it funny. I think it's funny. I didn't think a piece of footwear could be such a hot button issue, but I'm glad it is. You know, I'm glad people are talking about footwear again.
Footwear or Cardinal talk? Text in. Which do you prefer?
And Jackson is also updating people who do not have text inbox names, and you've been very busy. So if you would like a text inbox name, you don't have one, 314-399-9646. Incredibly active over there. Doug, you always enjoy angry college football coach.
Sure.
Jackson has a potpourri of options for you.
right.
What do we have here today? Jackie Papers?
You think the Dabo one? I mean, angry.
I wouldn't call that one angry. I would call that one honest and reflective.
Yeah, I'd have to agree.
I feel like we're in a delay tactic right now. If anybody's looking for a read.
I think he's disputing the angry part. Is that what your delay is?
Well, on the Dabo one, I would agree. He's not angry. He's actually being accountable, which I'm not a huge fan of. I prefer
Of accountability? You're not a fan
Well,
of
I'm a fan of it for my coach, but for coaches I don't like, I prefer them to be
Blame it on someone else?
Yeah, spread it around, spread the love. But I do like this audio. It's Kalen DeBoer. It's a snippet of Kalen DeBoer's halftime speech from Mizzou's next opponent, Alabama, when they were at Georgia. I thought it was pretty good.
Okay. Hit the lever, please, Pale.
You bet.
Hit it now.
I want you to think about how hard it was for 30 minutes, how prepared you were when you walked out of this locker room at the beginning of the game. Emotionally, physically, and mentally, okay, how you fought for 30 minutes. But we didn't come here to play a good 30 minutes of football. We came here to play 60, okay? We came here to play 60.
Okay.
Fired up.
I like a good coach yelling at the team to get them revved up, ready to go. I enjoy that.
We came here to play 60, and then it may go to overtime, and we may do that whole 2-point thing. But the point is, let's try and wrap coach who says too much. And if it comes down to a field goal, yes, we have a freshman kicker. We're not sure can make a big kick. And then there's that other guy, Oliver. But go out there and play your... What if the coach just can't quite hit the hole?
Bobby Boots, have you guys discussed the line for Roll Tide against Vanderbilt? Doug, 2:30 start this Saturday in Tuscaloosa. College game day will be at Alabama.
10.5, right?
That's
what it was
correct.
yesterday. Yeah.
The chairman, I bet $10 cash.
What do you got?
I said Bama will cover. And papers would not take the wager. Chairman Kurt did.
Nice.
A double-digit spread against Diego Pavia is a great way to develop a stomach ulcer.
Wow. How about that?
He keeps guys, like, he keeps them in games. He's the reason they've been hanging up these massive numbers on teams, and they're loaded up talent-wise, and I really like Clark Lee, their coach. But Diego Pavia is a guy that's, like, so frustrating for a defense because he can almost single-handedly keep a team in the game. I'm not betting it.
I just think Bama's got a little of that Michigan vibe last year. Like everybody says, we're just going to start steamrolling.
They definitely won't be looking past Vanderbilt. They got to score to settle
They
there.
owe 'em.
Yeah, from last year in Nashville. For the record, we will have the FanDuel Spread Zone recording session following TMA with me, Anthony Stalter, and Riz of the Riz Show on 105.7 The Point. This Anthony Stalter, Doug, 4-3 last week, and now 27-14 against the spread through 5 weeks of spread zones. This guy is on an absolute.
You can make a nice living with that kind of
66% against the
yeah.
spread. I went 5-2 last week. I'm 58% against the number. And Riz followed up his 0-7 week with a 1-6 week.
Oh, no.
So he's rebuilding.
So he is rebuilding,
I
but he won't
appreciate
say it.
He's not taking any shortcuts. He's in it for the long term.
But he's got some kids that have private school debts, and so he can't really get rid of them to rebuild like the way he'd want to.
Yes.
1-13 over the last 2 weeks for Riz, so he's going to be in a bounce back spot. I got a couple backdoor covers. Doug, you like the term backdoor cover?
No, I don't care for it.
Utah State, I had them
Loved
plus
it.
22.5 against Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
I'm sitting down at the pool in Las Vegas
You
with
left your
my
room.
betrothed. I did, but I didn't go out in the sunlight. Just went down there for lunch, back up to the room, and I said, I got to be honest with you. I'm really enjoying the conversation as I try to persuade you into girl activity again.
Oh.
But this Utah State situation in Nashville is pretty damn important to our family's well-being. And then they got a touchdown with like 40 seconds
That was the
left.
best. I was on Utah State. There was too many points. I had them at 23, and they're driving with like a minute left. No, there's no possible way they can even come close to winning. They're calling timeouts.
It was so
slinging
great.
it into the end zone. It was
God bless.
awesome. It was awesome.
Oh, what a moment.
Now, when you're staying at the hotel in Vegas, do you still have to pay to use the pool?
No, but you have there's cabanas. And I said on Saturday, which was my birthday, and my God, I appreciate all the well wishes. Doug, really
They were dropping
special.
off food here at the station.
No one here, but they're there.
I said, I'll tell you what, I want to
Shrine.
watch college football and I want to watch the Ryder Cup, but I'll go to the pool with you. Let's see how much a cabana is. Doug, do you want to take a guess on how much a cabana at the pool was?
Well, they don't
for
cost
about
anything.
4 hours.
At the Best Western Motor Lodges that I stay at, they don't cost nothing.
Pear Tree Inn, starting to add a little extra.
Pear tree.
Here, I imagine you $100.
Oh my God!
Per hour.
Jackson's appalled.
Was that a guffaw?
You can
was a
barely,
guffaw.
you can barely get a plate of chicken wings for $100.
I'd say $100 an hour, so for 4 hours, 400.
I'll take the over on that
Just to have
too.
a cabana over your head.
Yeah.
I'll go.
Are you kidding me?
Saturday daytime, 1,100.
The answer is $2,000.
Oh, how stupid is that?
Holy.
$2,000.
And people do it.
Here's the thing. So, I couldn't be disturbed. Why? Because I'm watching Utah State and Vanderbilt on my phone. And so my wife goes over to, Doug will call her the cabana lady. I don't know. There's a
Okay.
little like a maitre d' desk. And says, how much would a cabana be? She says $2,000. She goes, oh, but we're all sold out. So
Oh, God
Jeez.
bless it.
Do they give you like a amount of time you have it for that 2,000, or is
I
it?
think till the pool closes.
Probably for the
which is
rest of
like
your
around
life.
5
Okay.
or 6 at this time of year.
Yeah.
I was going to say, no wonder it didn't.
I think it's $1,500, but you have to spend $500 on food and booze. But
right.
either way, you're committing $2,000.
Right at the very minimum.
I was going to say maybe that explains some of the reason why tourism is so down in Las Vegas. But if they're sold out, I guess that ain't it.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. But yes, I was like, if it's a certain number, I do it because I can still watch the Ryder Cup and all the college football I want to watch.
It's just burning
just
money.
like-
Just throw it in the fireplace. It's burning money.
Did you start swimming laps to get?
I had chicken tenders and fries like a 3-year-old, and went back up to the room and watched the Ryder Cup and college football.
What if you brought a little
That was
parasol?
unbelievable.
Could you bring a little parasol down there with you and just hold that over your head while the guy next to you is paying $2,000?
Well, I graduated from St. Louis U High, so I don't have to hold things anymore.
Okay.
Right, and that rings true even in Vegas. They know
Correct.
what that means.
That's
You could
correct,
get a valet or a
They care
butler.
about high schools in Las Vegas, Southern California. It's really important. Although, Martin, your guy, Kevin Demoff, I believe he outed himself and probably was used in depositions against him for his speech at Harvard Westlake when he said, fortunately or unfortunately, we were in the playoff race when we were in St. Louis this past season because it delayed some of their plans to get to L.A. That was a great moment of indicting yourself. It was you bragged to your high school.
It was a distraction. They had won a couple games in a row. Unfortunately, we had a
There is
couple
no
wins.
secret plan.
There was a secret plan.
There isn't. Don't you understand? Smithers.
Now they're talking about him possibly being the next commissioner.
Stop saying that.
Why didn't the
God.
hotel give Tim a complimentary cabana for his birthday? It's absolutely disgraceful. Side note, we spent about $10K for an all-day big cabana at the Hard Rock 15 years ago, Doug. That's Eric in the Central West End.
That's just horrible.
Well, what if you ball so hard?
I don't care how.
It's even if you ball so hard and you've got $1 billion, you're still encouraging that sort of pricing by paying for it.
You're saying we got to break the pattern?
Yeah. I mean, it's nuts. It's ridiculous.
Tim, I'm headed to Las Vegas in a week. Where can a poor eat real nice like? It's from the Gray Summit Gray Goose Guzzler.
Plowboy used to talk about Vegas, and he would kind of have, he's like called it like the poor man's guide to Las Vegas.
You wrote a book?
It was kind
Like
of
Harvey Pennick's little green
yeah,
book?
it was kind of like an
Go to
audio
some
book.
Little red book? Doug, was Harvey Pennick's book green or red?
I don't know the color.
The golf
little
book?
buffet action, probably.
Sounds like a really good idea for a book, though.
Yeah,
Poor man's
Yeah,
guide to
kinda
Vegas.
poor man's.
Ooh, I like that. Poor man's different. Poor man.
He said something about like, Gordon Ramsay has all those restaurants out there and they're really expensive, but the fish and chips, Gordon Ramsay's fish and chips is cheap, and you can go
Oh.
there and have some good eats.
Okay.
And I always like
I
that.
like that.
He's got a real folksy nature to
He does
him.
have a folksy nature. You can get involved 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. You can call in Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-974-0101, and then email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, which comes your way at 10:45. Jeremy Rutherford, is he in the studio, Jackson?
That is so. Usually on Wednesdays, Jeremy Rutherford records the Last Minute Blues podcast, and so he usually comes in with us beforehand. So I believe that to be the case. Yes.
All right, JR, taking your two-part questions. He's presented to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Tim, where did you eat? Doug, is it that?
Answer, damn it.
You didn't know you were going to be deposed in your return.
Let's see. Thursday, Nobu. Friday, the restaurant that I recommend so often to our listeners, Cabuto. Saturday, Delmonico, and Sunday, Sinatra, which is at the Encore. Delmonico's at Venetian Palazzo. Cabuto's its own little operation just a little west of the Strip. And Nobu, that was at Caesar's Palace. And I would recommend all of them. Any other questions, you can email me, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, we probably need to do a QFTA. That reminds me.
Sure.
Was the town run over by Bears fans? I wonder because I was
Holy
thinking.
crap. 100%, man.
I think the Raiders are going to experience this forever. Whoever the opponent is, here comes because how many Vegas diehard Raider fans are there? If anything, the Raider fans are going to come from California to support the home team.
Yes, I went down to see an advertiser who met with a couple of years ago when I was out there, who is now a sponsor here on TMA and 101 ESPN. Jamie Rivers has a relationship with Circa. Jackson, you and the chairman went out to Circa.
Yeah.
So I went down there on Saturday morning. My sleep schedule was all screwed up. I'm still getting, my wife's like, what are you doing getting up at 6:45? I go, it's 8:45 to me. So I'm like, I'm going to go down there and talk it over with them. And because the games start at 10 o'clock in Las Vegas, they start their NFL parties at 6 a.m.
Oh, wow.
Which is helpful for those spending a lovely evening out.
For
You
sure.
can just ease right on
Yeah.
into the day.
Yeah.
And I went down to Circa, incredible sports book. They have that stadium
Swim.
Is
Yeah,
the
I think it's
swim,
cool.
and was down there, and I had kind of checked out on the Ryder Cup, but I've got Aaron Rodgers taking on the Vikings, and then the Ryder Cup on those TVs, and I'm like, I think I'll settle in.
Pretty sweet.
And you can have some libations and degen out. Yeah, that circa was the bee's knees. Highly recommended for listeners heading out there. That's in downtown Las Vegas. Maybe like a, 10-minute
Right at Fremont there.
cab ride from the Strip if you're staying there. Yeah, so that was quite choice. And then got back into poker room for the first time since COVID. I was thinking to myself, and here's now that I'm 49 years old, which is stunning based on my appearance, just how youthful and
you still got
candidly-
carded in Vegas, is what you're saying?
I did
Seriously?
actually. I did.
Wow.
But there's nothing hotter than when I put on my readers. I mean, that is like, that's
bifocals.
it's an aphrodisiac. And I hadn't played poker since the pandemic, and I realized I don't see the cards when they, not the ones that I'm holding, but on the board. I'm like, ooh, I got to really look to make sure that's an 8 or a 7.
Oh, gosh. And these cards are only a foot or two away from
I
you?
would say maybe about 4 or 5 feet. I'm going, oh, crap.
8 and 7 that's a tough one. That's 2 circles, and then there's the crooked.
No. How you look at the cards, you're looking at like the number of the thing, not necessarily the actual number.
I thought the value was confusing.
Yeah, like, okay, that's not that's an 8 of diamonds, not an 8 of hearts. Got it.
Okay,
and that's not a 7 of diamonds. I got to make sure I know this stuff. Yeah. And
Now, where's my payout? Sir, you have 22.
I mean, what in the hell? Yeah, that was an alarming moment. Yeah, I mean, and going to bed. But I'll tell you, there was no Sappho's, but I did get my wife to watch The Hunting Wives. Has anybody watched that? What a warm garbage show it is. It's like eating ice cream, but like mixing it with Skittles. Individually, wonderful. Putting them together, but just empty calories. And but wonderful dopamine hits. Horrible show, but I recommend it. Does that make sense? Horrible show.
What's it about?
Sappho, certainly, but also murder in a Texan town.
Oh, it's a perfect night for a murder.
It's so. I would like Hunting Wives to be reviewed on Movie Boy, even though I know it's not a film.
Yeah.
I would love to get your reaction to how bad it is.
How many is it? All the episodes are available on Netflix?
That's right.
I'll watch the first 2, and I can give a
You're
breakdown.
gonna be pot committed.
Yeah, I'll have
We wrapped it up like this morning at 12:30 because our sleep schedules are still messed up, and my wife's like angry at the show.
Will there be a spin-off, perhaps, TV Boy?
Yeah, what about TV Boy?
That's just a lot of consumption. You know, like my eyes get strained. You know,
This guy can watch all these movies and now he won't do
I know,
this.
but that's the thing is like I have like a social battery with this kind of thing. Like I can only, if you watch 2 movies in 3 days, that's, we're packing in 5 hours. I got to watch Hunting Wives, I'll watch the first 2 episodes.
You will be alarmed at how bad it is.
Yeah, I can
especially for your sophisticated Horton Watkins film palette.
That's right.
You will be alarmed
All right.
at how bad it is.
Hunting Wives.
Yes.
All right.
Is it a documentary or no?
No, it's it's asinine.
So it's just horrible acting, horrible script.
I like Malin Ackerman.
some poor casting.
Brittany Snow, I like. Both the leads. I know their work.
I mean, it's kind of like a soap opera, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's got Sappho's. I mean, I'll tell you that. And it's vivid, too. So I recommend that. So, yeah, that's as close as I got.
I'd like you to review The Golden Bachelor. That's on again tonight.
You
Episode
love
2.
that. Your day is better when you know you got it.
It's so horrible.
Here are shows, Martin, that we hate that we recommend.
Just terrible.
This is. I'm starting to understand the audience of this show because you guys are guilty of it in your own lives. Well, I just can't stand it. What'd you do? Listened, texted in. Was it terrible? Oh, the worst. These guys are total idiots.
Last week, the 66-year-old Golden Bachelor, they were at the pool, so he takes his shirt off, and all the women go, oh! They're showing pictures. They're fanning themselves and to try to cool down.
I got to be honest with you, I'd get angry.
So horrendous.
Is this Lexington Steel?
So
Oh, is he The Bachelor? I'd watch that. Now I'd be on. Hey, Tim, true story. To celebrate your birthday, wifey and I stayed at Nobu Hotel in Barcelona. Doug, is it Barcelona or Barcelona?
I say Barcelona.
We watched old sports casts of yours. It was beautiful. We love you. That's from Shrimply Pibbles. who sent in a picture of his receipt from the Nobu Hotel in Barcelona, but not a picture of his wife this time.
Okay.
Do you like when listeners send in pictures
Yeah,
of...
we're so jealous. Nice receipt guy. Gosh, I wish I was you. Is that what he was going for?
I don't know. I just can tell you what's going on in the
I didn't know Nobu had a hotel. I guess they have a lot, looks like. There's one in Vegas.
There is. It's right next to the Ristorante.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
That does make sense.
Get involved, text in, send in your receipts, I guess.
Yeah.
We're doing that
What
today.
restaurants have you been to? Now we're going to get a lot of drive-through morning fast food receipts.
Yeah. Anywhere, too. It doesn't have to be Vegas this year. Just restaurants you've been to.
And restaurants always give you a receipt. Does anyone actually save them and do anything with those receipts?
I mean, at this point...
I always put it in my wallet, and I think, why? What am I going to do with
At
it?
this point, I track everything on software.
Right.
And then I categorize it, and that's how I do my bookkeeping. It's
Yeah.
pretty basic. God, if you have to have that. I guess we have to have expense reports, though.
That would be the
we would have, I
difference.
think,
Yeah.
Anthony,
Yeah, one thing if someone else is paying for it, but
I always
if
wondered
it's
that
just
with
you. Every time you go to a restaurant, you get the receipt. What am I?
I always wondered that with
care.
gas, but then the expense report thing I never really thought about. And once I had to rent a U-Haul, and that was the same way.
Well, yeah, it's different if you're on a company trip or something,
Right.
And they're going to reimburse you.
There's some people who save every receipt, yeah.
Why?
Because they're organized
Why?
as hell.
Hoarders.
Yeah, I'm kind of jealous. I
What
wish
do
I
you-
was that organized.
But to do what with? You can't write it off.
Well, you put it in a folder, like a manila envelope.
For what purpose?
In case the IRS
In case you
comes knocking.
throw up, you're going to bring the food back to the restaurant and have to return this?
And why would the IRS care if Papers had dinner at the Flaming Pit the other night? What was
Flaming Pit.
I sure hope not. I hope they don't have any problems.
Why would they want to know that?
I pay everything with cards, so it's all like
Documented already.
Yeah, the bank does it for you.
This will go on the Movie Boy account. Thank you.
I wish I had a
Movie Boy
movie boy
bankroll.
account. Slush fund.
Hey, Tim, today is my son's birthday. He asked if he could have his party last Saturday to be like you. The hot guy that comes over to play with mom. That's what he calls you. He also mentioned you have huge calves. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster Groves. The hot guy that comes over to play with mom?
That's who you are?
I guess that's what his son calls me?
Wellington was in yesterday, so he was texting.
Is he active?
He was texting in a lot.
Martin, you had never worked with Wellington.
No, Beef Wellington. I know we've met over the years.
He worked with Chuckles Marlowe and producer Joe on Nick and the Badger, critically acclaimed.
Oh, that's right.
I think both my brothers are hot.
Oh, Charlie.
I'm still a little behind on some of those episodes, so don't give away all of the doings, the comings, the goings.
Comings and going.
But Beef Wellington was great, too, talking Ryder Cup, because he's so into the golf world. We had a whole New York breakdown. And then Ed Herman defending the New York crowd, of course.
I have to tell you, I podcast like the Dickens. I did.
Yeah,
heard
we had
the
a
breakdown.
lively debate about whether the New York fans are a little more banty than others, and which we got to get to Francesa. We had fun with Le Greco down.
Oh, I loved that audio.
Yeah.
God, that was so good.
That was crazy.
You know, my Fox 2 colleague, Kevin Ryans, is from New York. I think he's from Queens, Brooklyn or Queens, I should know. We only worked together 3 years, but he's from New York. And I said, tell me, this is yesterday, we played it. So I asked him, tell me about Don LeGrec. He goes, because it used to be real when he would get mad. He was just a guy who would get worked up. He goes, now it's all kind of a thing. And I said, oh, no.
Because I heard you
knew it.
breaking down take guy. You know, before
Yes.
everybody had to have a take. Now it's like, I've got to have a take and I've got to scream.
And he feels like and I think that's what Kevin was saying. He's kind of leaning into what he kind of was known for, but now he almost,
Right.
hey, you haven't done one in a while. Gonna let him have it? It's fake angry guy.
Martin Sharon in Clayton wants us to know that Mama's Fish House in Maui is the best restaurant anywhere. So there you go. If you're looking for Sharon and Clayton, Doug is officially given Mama's Fish House in Maui is the
Okay.
place that we need to hit
We're
this
going to need to
weekend.
see a receipt.
Dale in Grubville sent in a receipt from Nello's in New York where the bill was $47,221.09.
It's like one of those offensive line dinners that the quarterback has to
I
take them on.
guess they spent like $35,000 in wine.
Yeah, that's how. Anytime you see a number that big, it's almost always wine or
20%
liquor.
tip of $7,328.
You're welcome to participate by sending in your receipts, 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can talk it over with other TMA listeners, youtube.com/TMA STL. 238 friends have gathered in there. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be in studio, presented by Mark Hanna at 9 o'clock for your two-part questions. And, of course, you can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which comes your way at approximately 10:45 here on the program. If you are feeling sluggish, that can be a symptom of low testosterone. If you are working out and you are not putting on muscle like you used to, that can be a symptom of low testosterone. And if you just don't have the same libido that you had just a couple of years ago, that can be a symptom of low testosterone. And that is where Mentality can help you out. I have been tested for low testosterone at Mentality, and it is super easy. You're in and out within 20 minutes. Friendly staff. It's Mentality. Whether it's low energy, weight gain, or just that feeling that something's off, Mentality can help. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. It's mentalityhealth.com. Reserve your spot today with Mentality at mentalityhealth.com. The program's TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. Don't you like this one?
No, this is bad.
And is that because it was Dexter Fowler's walk-up music in 2016?
Oh, that's not because of it. It's just not much of a catchy tune.
Wow. But
You
I
think
mean,
this is a catchy tune?
This is from Metro Boomin.
Whoever it's from.
But he's a St. Louisan. Did he throw out the first pitch last year?
I think so, yeah.
You think you're going to be singing this 30 or 40 years from now?
It came out in 2015, and I'm still singing it in 2025.
Damn!
Yeah.
Oh, damn!
Yeah.
That's 10 years. That's not 30 or 40. It won't stand the test of time.
This collab album between Drake and Future is just outstanding.
It's a collab album.
It's called What a Time to Be Alive.
It's been a big week for us, Tim. Doug and I learned who Bad Bunny was.
A cross-dresser?
No.
Star of Happy Gilmore 2.
Wasn't Happy Gilmore 2. He's also in a movie called Caught Stealing earlier, a little after Happy Gilmore 2.
I see pictures of him cross-dressing.
I think you can find a lot of pictures of people wearing a dress in one.
Who? I can?
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah.
Who else?
Oh, I'll tell you. I'll tell you in the break.
So it's a common thing?
I wouldn't say common, but I can show you pictures.
Well, yeah, I'm sure
Should I
it
go
happens.
on my Instagram live during the break for the
Yeah,
big reveal?
I know it happened. Other people are crazy enough to do it, but this guy's become a big star now. The main picture they put out was him in a white dress.
I have to tell you, man.
You're okay with that?
It doesn't affect my life in any possible way, so why would I get upset about it?
Hochi papers.
Right. Acceptance.
Get involved in the program. The program is called Morning After. We are in our Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Here's how you can get involved. Text in 314-399-9646. And from today through next Wednesday, Jackson will update your name in the text inbox. So if you don't have one, just say, hey, Jackie Papers, could I please have this name? And assuming that it meets FCC standards, Jackson will reply, you got it, Jack B. And now you got a name in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. It's that simple. You can also call in. Chairman Kurt manning the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And email in for our design, air, heating, and cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Papers, I don't see it, but maybe it's there, and I apologize for putting you on the spot. Either way, we've already talked about it, and that is Chaim Bloom when asked about the upcoming staff changes. Is that in there? I don't see it on the phone with audio list, but maybe...
I'll have it here. Give me 12 seconds.
Doug, I'm going to take the over.
1, 2, 3.
That's fast counting, Martin.
I'm watching the clock right above your head, baby.
1 apple.
You got 5 seconds
2
left.
apple.
I'm going to
3
ship the
apple.
over. I'm going to double my bankroll again. I mean, the Mr. T, 91 years old thing?
94, I see now on the latest.
Now he's up to 94.
Up to 94.
Yeah.
He's aging like a president.
All right, here it is.
The players, that's another thing I was able to do this year, was get to know some of our players. Obviously, some of the conversations about their status going forward, some of which I know y'all have covered, those are things that we got into later in the year. But really just to understand, again, you want to see the organization through people's eyes. You should see it through your players' eyes. They're the ones, obviously, that we're counting on. So that's been really helpful. I've enjoyed the ability to get to know these guys, let them get to know me a little bit. Just see what they think. As far as our field staff, there's still some things that we need to sort out with every single person on the staff. But overall, I've enjoyed working with these guys. I expect a lot of continuity. It's a good group of people that really, really cares. You saw it this year. There was a lot of adversity this year. I was in Chicago the last weekend. Those games, standings-wise, were not meaningful. You didn't see anything waver. You didn't see the work waver. You didn't see the standard lowered. That tells you a lot. And it's not a surprise based on getting to know this group over the past couple of years, but it's meaningful.
Doug, there it is.
Okay.
So he expects a lot of continuity. Is that the bite you were thinking of, Martin?
Yeah, I think that's John Denton said, what's the plan basically with the staff? So, I'd heard for a while, Oli's back, and if you read any quotes, he would say Chaim and I, or they would talk about decisions based on next year. There was a lot of Oli quotes in September about next year, so it was largely presumed. And I talked to some people, and they said, yeah, they didn't feel it was necessary to announce he's back because he's under contract, unless you're announcing he's fired. So I did go over to him and said, hey, you want to do something real quick on TV, quick interview about coming back, your relationship with Chaim? And he said, I'm going to lay low today. It's his day, ... So I think... I said this at the outset. I don't know why you don't just say, hey, Oli does a great job. they stopped short of that, and unless they were trying to avoid backlash and keep it real positive, which if you're having a PR meeting ahead of time and we talk about getting the messaging right, maybe that's to their credit, reading the room a little bit and saying, hey, we think he does a great job, but we know some people don't like him, so let's leave that out. So
it's interesting.
So let's leave that. I don't know that for a fact, but
I like your theory.
But I could see that saying, let's just leave that out today. It's all about you, Chaim, and your message, your vision, your plan. And then I bet you there'll be a press release today, tomorrow, whatever it's saying. And the next thing is he'll probably get an extension because he's going into his last year.
Oh, boy.
That's my guess, is they'll say we don't want him going into a... Which, the extension, though, it's bad optics. It doesn't really matter. You can always you can fire anybody.
I realize, but you still owe the man the money.
Yeah, but I think
if you're monitoring finances, just to light money on fire. But I mean, I've been under the impression, considering where the organization is, that number one, it isn't his fault, but number two, and I know some people disagree with that. This is my opinion. And then secondarily, considering what it's going to be for 2026 with a work stoppage looming in 2027, I didn't expect them to make a change. Now, what could highlight that, because I think some people, and I've seen them in our Air Comfort Service text inbox, are pissed that he is coming back. I think more people, however, knew that he was probably coming back, but yesterday they thought maybe they would hear something different. So the confirmation that he's coming back now brings finality to that and irritates people. But here is where it could get really banty. Do you know where I'm going with this,
yes.
Martin? Bob Nightingale reporting that Albert Pujols, along with Torrey Hunter and Michael Young, are potential candidates to replace Ron Washington, who is out in Anaheim, as the Angels' next manager. So if you had Oli Marmol get an extension the same day Albert Pujols gets named the Angels' manager, then you've got a situation with gasoline on the fire in St. Louis.
Yes, because that name was mentioned. And when I brought it up, people mocked me for, oh, yeah, it's great. Just put anybody in charge just because he was a great player. I said, it's different. He's doing the job. He's managing. He's paying his dues. Says he's serious about wanting to do it. It wasn't just a random former player. And I thought, if you're the Cardinals at some point, do you go that direction? Because if he's going to be a good manager, in your opinion, and it doesn't hurt, fans would be excited about it. Now, there was a tweet. It's not official. But I was told it was between Albert and Torrey Hunter, and he does have that personal services contract. I don't know if that precluded him from working for another team. I don't know. I mean, you could probably always rip up that agreement. But Hector Gomez tweeted out, and he's got a lot of followers. I think has reported a lot of things baseball-related out of the Dominican. He said, Albert Pujols' phone will ring any moment. He will be announced as the Angels' new manager. And I was thinking, well, I hope his phone rang prior to being announced. Hopefully they already talked to him.
Yeah.
But then he said, according to LA del Radio, which is Franklin Mirabal, who, again, appears to be a Dominican reporter with a large following. But I don't think it was definitive. So even though he said according to, there's nothing definitive, but I do think it's very likely that Pujols is the next manager of the Angels. And again, optics, Cardinal fans not happy, especially the ones who really don't like Oli. That's going to just, the Chaim Bloom bounce is over.
And,
as soon as that happens.
Texter without a name, you can get your name by requesting it. 314-399-9646 says, don't forget Skip Schumacher will probably replace Bochy in Arlington. Yes. So you could have that as well.
That will
and I think it was Holiday who said on this show that that was the plan for Skip in Texas. Although I heard from some people, they said Skip was, before committing totally to that, he was maybe hoping that the Angels would call him too, like be in play for that, because then he could live in Southern California.
Yeah.
I could see Pujols going on a Mike Scioscia type run where he just does that job for the next 7, 8, 9 years, live in Southern California. I don't know how good the Angels will ever be. Our friend Ron Washington, who was let go, he did the reverse of, he didn't do the job. He basically said, I didn't do the job, because he was asked by writers. I don't think there's any audio, unfortunately. But when he was let go, they asked if it was related to his health problems. He missed a bunch of time last year, had some health issues. And he said, no, I have to be honest, it was not health related. And I thought, this is great. Ron Washington admitting he didn't do the job. He did get asked about the Angels situation, kind of historically a struggle. He said sometimes you got to make chicken salad out of chicken bleep.
He's got an aging Mike Trout who can't stay healthy and making a ton of money out there. That's a rough situation to turn that team around.
Yeah, I don't know what the better job is right now. You're stepping into it either way.
I was trying to think if there's ever been a player of Albert's caliber who's been a manager. Ted Williams was one.
Right.
Frank Robinson close, but he wasn't as good as Albert. And I think that's probably it. As far as just all-time superstar, top 10 history of the game guys who've managed, I think that's it.
Does Pete Rose count as a player manager?
I don't think he was at that level either. And great player, but he wasn't at the Ted Williams, Albert Pujols level.
That's a good clearing the deck question. Who's the best player to ever coach in any of the four major professional sports?
Coach or manager?
Didn't
Coach,
Gretzky
manager.
coach
The answer
the
would be
Coyotes?
Gretzky.
Coach the Coyotes.
You have the greatest by far of all time behind the bench, and it did not necessarily work out, just like it didn't work out for Jordan with his ownership.
Or Ted Williams.
Ted Williams didn't have success. Where did he
Not a
manage? The
lot.
Senators?
The Senators in Texas for a while. They said he had a hard time telling people, just hit it.
I bet in baseball, that'd
Easy
be
for you to say.
really frustrating because not much you can no play you can call.
Doug, caller Ellen is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, and she wants to talk it over. Caller Ellen, you're on 101 ESPN. Good morning.
Hold on one second. Someone stole my phone pot.
Doug, what's
in
a
the
phone
world?
pot?
I don't know the button.
knob, the actual
button,
knob was missing.
Boy, if it's
stole
not
your knob,
nailed
boy.
down,
The button I hit to pop people up on the phone lines has disappeared from the board. So hold on. All right, now I've rediscovered it. All right,
I
let's
don't know
see.
what that means. He rediscovered it if it was missing.
Hello, caller Ellen.
Well, hey, Jackson, how's it going?
Good. Can you hear? Can you hear us?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
Yes,
All right,
we
we're
hear
good
you.
now.
2025, Tim.
It was gone. It was just off the board.
Hey, Jackson's my boy. He can do whatever he wants.
Clip that off.
So I did not know about the Albert Pujols news when I dialed in. So, but what I was going to ask you before hearing that news is, I don't quite understand where you guys stand on Marmol, because when you guys talked to Mozeliak last week, and you did ask him about extending Marmol at sort of an interesting time.
Yes, March of
And
2024,
he sort of-
I believe it was.
Yeah, sorry about that. But he kind of came back and said, hey, do you guys think it was Oli's fault that the season went the way it did or whatever? And every one of you was like, no, sir, absolutely not.
Is that
And
what
I
we
thought
said?
that was kind of
don't think we
interesting.
talked to
And
it.
so
It
is the
sounded
hang
like
up
that.
with Marmol that you're committing dollars that you don't need to commit? Or is it the message that you're giving the franchise that we're kind of going with a guy without a lot of experience? Because I guess I was just very surprised that everybody kind of nodded their head and said, oh, no, it's absolutely not his fault, but we've only heard about how terrible that contract is. And so I was trying to understand
Sure.
that.
I think this is a great question. I appreciate the question. I can't speak for Doug and Martin, but I can tell you why I was stunned by it. And I also want to say this, and I say this respectfully because I realize it's part of the job, that I do not believe that John Mozeliak was being 100% straightforward with his answer. It is my opinion that if you really wanted to extend Oli Marmol, you would not do it 2 weeks from the start of the season. Personally, I believe the combination of the realization that the team probably isn't going to be that great, combined with the start of going out to L.A. and San Diego for their schedule last year, and I think at the top of the list that Oli Marmol was a lame duck with Yadi Molina and Albert Pujols expressing interest in managing. They wanted to put that fire out before it could even get started if they got off to a bad start. That's what I think was really going on. If the extension took place following the season, maybe I could buy in, but it was done 2 weeks before the start of the season. Just super random, and I don't believe that. As far as my reasoning for disliking it, it's about the manager getting an extension following a last place finish. And if you have any ear to the ground regarding the pulse of the fan base, and the thought process is this organization's priority is not winning, and then you extend a manager coming off of a last place finish, all you're doing is pouring gasoline on that fire by rewarding it with an extension. So from that standpoint, I thought it was a tone-deaf move, and that is why I asked John Mozeliak about it last week.
Yeah, I think the timing was clumsy. If you wanted to extend him, he would have done it maybe at like the winter warm-up or something, like during the off-season, not, season's about to start. That's the extension, not the current one that we're debating will happen. I think it will happen. I would also say if he gets extended, let's say it's announced this week or next or whenever, I don't think it matters. I mean, I just think you can fire anybody. You know, Schilt was under contract. Matheny's under contract. You can fire anybody. Now, unless it's hey, we really believe in this guy, but most of it is done for optics. Hey, we don't want him to be in a lame duck situation.
And it's also true that you could be a manager with a really bad record and it's not your fault because you haven't been given the players to compete. I think maybe that's where he is. I don't know that anybody could have done much better with this current Cardinal roster.
Well, and that was basically Mozeliak's answer, right? And I know you guys aren't there to be like, hey, Mo, we're going to really challenge you and get up in your grill on your, second to last day of being the president of baseball operations. But I guess I was just surprised that there wasn't a little more pushback on his answer, because we've talked a lot about this tone-deaf Oli Marmol extension.
Well, I mean, I'm curious, like what, and I'm asking this sincerely. You asked.
You're not there to fight with them.
Can she not hear me? Can you hear me, Ellen?
Pot her down.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. Hey,
we're trying to talk.
Pot me down. I do have a reverb on my end.
Okay, I think I fixed that. My bad.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, the way that I can only speak again for myself. If I disagree with something, I put my name on it and I ask the question. And that's how I handle interviews. Sure. My demographic isn't particularly the hillbilly community, and so I don't do the thing where I scream at people. I ask the question. If I disagree, then his response was, "Well, do you believe it's his fault?" And I've said, without Oli Marmol or John Mozeliak here, I do not believe it's his fault. Which, in turn, by the way, is John Mozeliak saying I've put together a roster that is not can't win. So, in a sense, he's acknowledging that the roster was not good enough, or it didn't matter. And I've said this forever: whoever you think is the best manager in baseball, Bruce Bochy, Brian Snitker, I don't know who, Alex Cora, if people are high on him now. I don't know where it falls at the moment. Craig Counsell. And people might say, yeah, I think Craig Counsell could have led the Cardinals to the National League Central title. Pat Murphy, I don't believe that. I just believe that when people are unhappy, they just turn their attention to whoever they think is in power and start firing verbal bullets. But that doesn't make it so. Social media angst does not make it reality. And I've got no love for appealing to that crap anyway. So my opinion is it didn't matter if it was Oli Marmol managing the team or not. The team was not going to be successful because the organization has been stagnant. And that's on the organization, not the manager. But that doesn't change one of the issues, and that is the fan base believing that the organization does not prioritize winning. And if you extend a manager 2 weeks out after he finished a season in last place, I think that sends a really poor message to the fan base. So I think both things can coexist, that I don't blame Oli Marmol, but I think that giving him an extension, especially 2 weeks from the start of the season, was yet another tone-deaf move on the part of the organization. So that is why I asked the question.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate the thorough explanation.
No, I really do appreciate the question, because there might be other people who were thinking that, but that was my question, and that's why I brought it up. It was one that I was really looking for.
You wanted the backstory,
yes,
and on his way out, the hope was he could just say more, which he kind of did about the Schilt thing.
Did.
I think that was the hope. I didn't know we sounded quite. Hey Mo, what else should we say today? I'm sorry, I didn't hear it exactly the way Ellen heard it.
Well, come on.
Come on, Martin.
Come on. Yeah,
Martin, you are just a little prickly sometimes, which I typically enjoy, just not when it's directed at me.
To be fair, having said
yes,
that,
sir.
no, to be fair, you painted us as a bunch of silly sheep, so I was just
Oh, yeah, that's exactly how I painted you guys.
Doug, it's a fight.
Boy,
It is a little bit of a fight. Don't put words in my mouth. As much as we've talked about, my only point is, as much as we've talked about the Oli Marmol extension, I was just surprised, and I'm not talking about the media, and this sounds soft.
Oh, gosh.
I really enjoyed that.
I'm talking about just a little bit of pushback. That's all. That's all, because it was just sort of like, no, sir, not at all. We don't think that's
Well, that's
the
not
case.
that's not an accurate characterization of what happened.
I'll take out the sir. Sorry.
All right, that's my whole point, is the way it was, and I don't care. I mean, about the mocking tone, it's fine. I don't care, but I don't think that was an accurate portrayal. That's what I was pushing back on. I got called prickly. I'm just pushing back on the, hey, Mo, whatever you say, Mo. I don't think that's exactly how it played out, but that's how it was portrayed. If anyone here wants to rewind the tape, I'm good. Thank you.
Well, thank you. I think we're going to end on a positive note and know that we are still, happy acquaintances. So that's wonderful.
How about that, Doug? Happy acquaintances. I
It
like
got
that.
prickly there for a moment.
No, I if you rewind the tape,
Jackson just did a toast, and I don't know to who or
Doug's
why.
over there stirring up the pot, man.
I am officially tired of my own voice, so I'm going to.
And this happened Friday.
There's a reason there's 1,000 reasons I'm not in you guys' job, and this is one. I've already been talking too long.
Okay. This happened
And I
Friday.
think the audience would agree.
No, we enjoy your calls, Ellen.
Martin's head is now on the council. He's down. If you're watching on the YouTube, you can see it. Thank you, Ellen. Always good to hear from you.
Bye, fellas.
And there's
Bye,
a caller,
thank you,
Ellen, on the
LZ.
Collier and Thompson phone lines.
Are you sure she's gone? Are we sure she's gone? What? Yeah, okay. Go ahead. Yeah. This happened Friday. Joey Vitale, we said goodbye, and then he was still there like another 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Doug and I were talking about something else, and he's like, yeah, good point. I'm like, he's still there.
Yeah, sure.
No, I think with Oli Marmol, there's a million times a year where I say, God, why did you take him out? Why didn't you go to so-and-so? There's 1,000 things a week we could probably quibble over and don't like the lineup. But I do think, and it's true, that I don't think Craig Counsell or Bruce Bochy are making a huge difference. Would they make a game or two here? That they probably would, with their baseball resumes, haven't been around longer, for sure. I do think you could probably look at a veteran manager and you probably do win a game or two here or there. I think that's probably accurate, but I don't think Oli Marmol is the problem right now. And I think that's where we agree. And what Tim pointed out, Mozeliak agrees with that premise, which is interesting because he's more or less indicting himself on saying, geez, what's the guy supposed to do? We gave him a crappy team, which is essentially what he's saying.
But it's my belief that in that spot, and all we can do is ask the question, that I don't think he was telling the truth. So what do I do? Sit there and go, you're lying, you're a liar, and do that whole song and dance, and then it becomes about like me, and I'm not. That's not the gig when you're trying to have an interview and ask as many questions to anybody. It doesn't matter. I mean, that's kind of what I've done on my podcast. I had plenty of people that I disagreed with come in the podcast, but it was never like a shouting fact. I feel like that's just kind of like this hack thing. And I realize it appeals to, but that's not really what I'm looking to appeal to. And I know, oh, good, you really held them accountable.
And what
easy
Chaim
to
Bloom
scream at people, but good luck in actually having a conversation if you're going to do that. That's not the respectful way to do it.
And I think what Chaim Bloom, his answer was, and you could even laugh at that and say, really? The weekend at Wrigley, that's what you're going to point to for them hanging tough or battling till the finish? But he pointed out, like, what he is bringing up is what they believe. Mozeliak believed it. The DeWitts believe it. That with Oli, this team, even undermanned, will give it their best effort. They can, which sucks for a Cardinal fan. Hey, we're trying hard. Nobody wants to hear that. Right. But they believe in Oli because they feel like he prepares them. They get them out there. They coach up the young guys. Now, Gorman's not hitting. Walker's not hitting. I think there's a more of an organizational indictment on evaluating talent when they leave and do well elsewhere. And that goes to coaching, minor league development, but that's been a theme too. The guys who leave that do well, not all of them. Dylan Carlson didn't become a superstar as soon as he left. So a lot of these guys were just bad picks. I think, if anything, they've swung and missed on too many draft picks.
And oftentimes they say things just to be optimistic. When he talks about battling to the end, they did lose their last 4 games.
Correct.
In Chicago, they lost 12-1, 7-3, and 2-0. That's not real battling.
Nice.
Right.
But at least he wants to be optimistic and positive. You can understand that.
Let's see. A guy named NY says if Tim scolds Mo, he's not going to come back. Yes.
He'll never come on the show again.
We're supposed to scold people when they come in.
I mean, if you've listened to the program, and I realize plenty of people are new since we've been on 101 now for a year, but the show has never been about guests. It just isn't. You know, there are scheduled guests that 101 ESPN has, and we are employees of 101 ESPN, and we do those. But as far as the show's success, it's not been like, oh, we need to have guests. That's why Mozeliak, I think he said it, was that on the air, off the air? He goes, well, I get it. You guys can't, say this because then players won't come on the show. And I go, I got to tell you, I respectfully disagree. We don't care if players come on the show. Player interviews are usually the worst anyway. They're not going to say anything. And by the way, I get it. If I'm them, you can't say anything. You got the Derek Jeter business model. You're not going to say anything because we're not going to cause a distraction. So we can tell you, who... I don't know who you'd say is coming up on the show. We're not going to say anything. It might sound good. It's going to be boring as hell.
And we're highly regarded takesmiths.
Yeah.
We need to speak more, not less.
Absolutely. That's what we're paid to do. Not ask a bunch of questions to people who have nothing to say, or at least aren't going to say it. So I don't really care. So John Mozeliak never comes on the show again. Great. But it was wonderful that he did come on. But the premise that this is like, oh, we've got to keep him in the loop, so we're going to be soft on him it's just I say it respectfully, it's just not accurate. And I think if you have listened to the program over the years, you know that it's not a guest-driven show, nor are we really interested in it becoming a guest-driven show. So
I think with Marmol, that first year, I was like, I don't know much about him. I knew he'd been on the staff for a while. When he hit for Pujols, I said, wow, that takes some balls. I mean, remember that? I think it was in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And it was the right move. And you could probably go on a podcast and scream about that. You're hitting for Albert Pujols. What are you doing? But it was the right move. Then in the playoff game, and I did a podcast with him, and he said, let's walk through it, because he loves a debate.
Yeah, he loves a debate.
Loves to talk about it. He said, what did we do wrong? I said, you took out Quintana too soon. And that will always bother me. And I think for Mike Matheny, his honeymoon ended in the NLCS against the Giants with some of the pitching decisions. And Randy Choate was out there for like a week and a half, and they just never took him out. There are moments like that stick with you. And that Marmol honeymoon, to me, with a lot of people too, I think ended with
Game 1 of the wild card series.
Yes, in 2022, the great Albert run and his farewell season. I think people are so excited. Phillies are coming to your place, and that game just unraveled so quickly. I think that's one that kind of really bothered people. And after that, the team was crap in 2023. Again, I don't think La Russa wins the division. I mean, when the Cardinals were crappy in 98, 99, Tony was still there. He was managing them. They went out in 2000 and loaded up the lineup, got a ton of new players, and they got better. So I don't think Oli is. I mean, are there things he does that I would do differently? All the time. Absolutely. And I've invited him to come on the show, by the way. He lives here year round. So I think we'll get him in here.
Nice.
And then we'll say, well, how will we say to Ellen, hey, Oli, great to be back for another year.
He'll watch the YouTube chat. He enjoys that YouTube chat. That's what he enjoyed at spring training. The YouTube chat is brought to you by Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. And it is perfect for man, you look at the forecast over the next 10 days. Sweet mother of mercy, Doug. It is just wonderful. Best time of the year for weather? I think it might be.
Oh, I think so. Yeah. Little toasty. It could calm down a little bit, but no complaints here.
I mean, sunny and highs in the low 80s. And then it gets into the 70s next week, but sunny as well. Michelob Ultra, when you're out enjoying yourself with friends, it's Michelob Ultra. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it, Michelob Ultra. Jeremy Rutherford's going to be joining us in studio at 9 o'clock. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. He'll take your two-part questions in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan here for Aesthetic Design and Build. We were just talking about how great the weather is. Well, that is the time to enjoy an outdoor living space and have Aesthetic Design and Build constructed for you. They really are a design company at heart, and they can think outside the box and offer unique solutions and designs for your outdoor living projects. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and I have gone out there to see Dan and his team and the showroom, and I enjoyed it so much. I had them come to my home to see what they could do for our outdoor living space. They're online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com or by calling 636-532-5008. Ready to take your outdoor space to the next level? Dan and his team at Aesthetic Design and Build have you covered. It's Aesthetic Design and Build, 636-532-5008, or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. To be overpaid in our city. Love the fans, not money. So good.
Really is.
Thank you.
Play for the fans and not the money.
Jimmy Rutherford's going to be with us at the start of the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We're currently in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN, program presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Brown and Crouppen is online at brownandcrouppen.com. You can call them at 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen just signed up for another year of being the title sponsor of this program, and I think that'll be 3 years of the title sponsorship for Brown and Crouppen on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, local, founded in 1979, so 46 years of being in St. Louis and taking care of St. Louisans. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front. They don't get paid unless you get paid. And when you are a Brown & Crouppen client, all your questions are answered for free. Get the facts from Brown & Crouppen. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. Mike Francesa is not happy, Doug.
What day is it? It's Wednesday. Okay.
Yeah, Jackson, you have two clips. And this is, he immediately went live last night following the Yankees' loss to the Red Sox. He's not happy with Aaron Boone.
Yeah.
What do we got going on here?
Yeah, he wasn't happy with Aaron Boone pulling Max Fried from the ball game. So here's his reaction.
And Boone played right into the bullpen again tonight. Why can't Fried, who is your ace, who you gave $240 million, who has great postseason experience, who was dealing tonight, why can't he get the bottom of the order out in the seventh and complete that inning? Why does he have to come out of the game? Why? Because he had a 10-pitch at bat to the catcher who walked? He got out of it with a double play. He'd only thrown 102 pitches. He could get the 8th and 9th hitters. Until he showed you he was done, until he at least gave up a base runner, let him stay in the game. I'm not asking him to pitch the 8th inning, but let him complete the 7th inning. Get every out you can out of Fried because he's your best pitcher. He's better than anything you have in that bullpen. And what happens? Weaver comes in and walks a guy who doesn't want to walk on a 10-pitch at bat, has him 0-2, and walks him. And then base hit, and next thing you know, the Yankees are down.
I agree with everything he just said.
I had a feeling you were going to like
Pretty
that.
rational take.
Yeah, when you make a move and the other team says, oh, good, they're taking him out, that's the wrong move.
Which goes back, Martin, to the Quintana thing that you were talking about.
Yes, yeah, that was even worse, Quintana. But unless the pitcher tells you, I'm done, I'm hurt, I'm not feeling good, unless you hear those words, you're the best we got, you're there. Because they went on and brought in 5 different relief pitchers after that to get through the last, 2 2/3 innings. And sooner or later, you keep bringing in a parade of pitchers, sooner or later, one of them probably not going to have it that night. And on this night, it was Weaver. And it cost you the game.
And they're a short series, too. You're playing 3 straight games. That's the part I understand in the playoffs you go to the bullpen quicker. You have to have a quick hook. La Russa was celebrated for that in 2011, especially in that Brewers series. You have to do it at times. Craig Counsell did it. Worked yesterday for the Cubs against the Padres. But I think if you have a pitcher who's dealing, and even though 102, you're getting up there. But I agree with Francesa. Just try and get through the 7th because otherwise you burn through your bullpen. You still got to win the next day. And as it turns out now, they've got to win the next 2 days.
The Red Sox kept Crochet, and he threw 117 pitches.
Yep. And I saw Alex Cora talking it over on SportsCenter in an interview following that game, and he said, we set him up in the regular season to go deeper into games into the postseason by getting him out earlier in games during the regular season, skipping some starts. And so managers are now, would you call it NBA load management for the postseason? To be in a position, if you have a guy throwing like Crochet was, to be able to just go straight from him to Chapman. It's a wonderful thing to have if you got it. And I get where Francesa's coming from.
Yeah, it seems like this is the very moment, the very reason you pay these guys $200 or $300 million is to come through in the absolute most important moments of the season, and you didn't let your guy do it. You lost with Luke Weaver instead of hanging in there with Max Fried.
What else is he not happy about, Papis?
So the playoff tickets, Boston fans were having trouble getting tickets because when they would check out on the ticket servicing app, they were told that these tickets were restricted to people in New York, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, to avoid Red Sox fans getting tickets. And Big Mike wasn't too happy about that.
Mm-hmm.
This is New York. You don't do this. This isn't some third-rate franchise that got in the postseason and doesn't want to be overwhelmed by the big city fans coming in and spending their money like the Yankees do when they go on the road. Oh, we haven't seen that forever. You don't see New York fans plastered in the first 5 rows in every stadium for the Yankees and the Mets every single time. How many Met fans were in Florida last weekend rooting for the Mets? How many Yankee fans are on the road game after game and, yes, revels in showing you the Yankee jerseys, and the Yankee fans have stormed the building. And now the Yankees, the mighty Yankees, are going to block fans from coming in to a New York venue for a postseason game? They have now stooped to that level. They have shrunk to that kind of franchise. This is the Pinstripes. These are the Yankees. Tell me it's not true that you haven't sunk to the level of some second-rate franchise. Please. Hey, let him in. Let him have a party.
Another base hit. I agree with him again.
You're going to start listening to the Bet Rivers podcast.
This is a turning point. I think none of us are mocking Mike Francesa.
No.
I think we're agreeing.
Hockey teams started doing that. Wasn't Nashville
I was about to say Nashville, for whatever reason, is on my mind.
I don't know if the Blues do it for the Blackhawk series that they've had in the past. It seems like maybe they've tried to do that.
Tell me it's not true.
Little Charlton Heston with him there.
Yeah. It's a little different in hockey when you've got a much smaller building. But, yeah, I think it's all kind of part of the entertainment, part of the atmosphere to have the visiting team got some fans in there.
I was watching the Yankees and Red Sox game last night, and I'm always enamored by the breakdown of males versus females at New York sporting events. And I guess you can see about 5 rows behind home plate, I counted one lady. Mm-hmm. One lady.
Why do you think that is?
I mean, we've all covered games in New York and Boston and Philadelphia.
Just too rowdy?
I don't know what it is. All I know is the breakdown of male versus female there is substantially distorted versus, say, if you were in the Midwest, South, or West Coast.
Yeah. Mary Hart still sits front row in the Dodger games.
Yeah, I noticed they cleared out early last night once that thing got a little comfortable.
Yeah. It must be that they think it's too rowdy to go. It's not safe to go.
I don't know if it's just part of the culture. I have no idea.
Because, a lot of those guys sitting there are probably multi-millionaires that have those seats, and probably some are married or have a girlfriend who might enjoy going to a game.
We had a marshal from the Ryder Cup call in on Monday to explain the crowd. There was somebody from St. Louis that was a marshal. And didn't he say there were some female? Again, we were looking for the demographic at that Ryder Cup crowd. And I think he said there were some females, but they were largely male.
Yeah.
And then we got into this with Ed Herman. We've had a big arguing week on this show here. My God.
Yeah. Pick a side.
Somebody called me Cactus Kilcoyne because apparently I'm prickly.
Cactus Kilcoyne.
Wow, that's a new one. Change my inbox papers.
All right.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air heating and cooling email today. Martin, you're a Design Air guy through and through.
Love Design Air. Love the fact Seth reaching out. Tim mentioned it earlier. Hey, let's get the tune-ups done now before winter arrives. I get it. It's in the 80s right now. It still feels like it's summertime, but soon it'll be winter. Make sure the furnace is fully functional before winter arrives. You can do that by setting up an appointment online. DesignAirService.com, and when they come to your home, you're going to get the best service, and they will not upsell you. You're going to get the job done right. It's one of the reasons they've been around for more than a century now. Design Air, family-owned and operated. Love the fact that it continues to be locally owned and operated. Successful businesses sometimes will get an out-of-town buyer, and they just kind of keep the name rolling along. This is still a family operation. Seth Goldkamp, 4th generation, also the longest-running sponsor on TMA. And we appreciate all the listeners that use Design Air and let us know about your experience. Love sharing those stories as well. Set up that appointment online at designairservice.com.
There it is. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and work with Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling at designairservice.com. That is where you can book your furnace tune-up, which is what Doug, Martin, and I will be doing with Design Air Heating and Cooling. Jeremy Rutherford is going to join us taking your two-part questions. Doug, I know you are concerned about the Blues' 0-3-1 record.
I am.
Through
Is it time to panic?
Time to rebuild.
So we'll talk it over with JR coming up, and you can send your two-part questions in 314-399-9646. This program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Blues season, that means you'll see our buddy Robert Thomas talking about our friends at AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website to go to if you're in the market for a new car. Doesn't matter your situation or your circumstance. Get online. Get that new car picked out for little to no money down. In addition to that, they're going to get you a great rate. They do it by working with over 50 different lenders. AutoLoanPro.com. That's the only thing you need to know is to choose the Pro, Auto Loan Pro. Again, the free playbook they have for you, also available on that website. Scroll on down, you'll see Bob Thomas, then you see the playbook. That's going to help educate you and how you can get the car of your choice in the future. It's part of the Lita family, the place to go for your next car. Again, doesn't matter what your situation is, little to no money down. They're able to get the best rates because they have those 50 different lenders they're working with. It's a large purchase. It gets complicated, but the Auto Loan Pro will get you back on track. The only thing you need to know is to choose the Pro, AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Cleveland Browns are benching veteran quarterback Joe Flacco, and they will turn to rookie quarterback Dylan Gabriel, the former Oregon Duck, as their starter for Sunday's game in London against the Minnesota Vikings. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Hit the groove. Joker's got the vibe. Let's bust a move. Thomas on the ice. We'll take the prize. Beat the Jets to the cup. We rise. From the Enterprise to the roaring crowd.
Just get you fired up, Doug?
Yeah, very much.
What, 8
so.
days?
Sure.
How do you do?
Well, I'm fine, thanks.
I mean, next Thursday, Blues and Wild, and then Friday, what, St. Louis U High? Is they playing Vianney or are they playing Chaminade?
I just don't know who they play, Tim.
And then Saturday, ILL hosts Ohio State and the Gers host Roll Tide Roll. I mean, what else do you want? What else do you want?
There's nothing else that I want. I'm just fine with this. I would just like to see the Blues get a win in the preseason, if that's okay.
JR joins us right now. He's brought to you by Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA YouTube channel. And JR, Doug is really unhappy with those 0-3-1 record.
I am. It won't cut it. I'm ready for a rebuild.
If they were 4-0, you think this would be the year?
Yes. Yes, I would. I want to win them all. I don't care if it's exhibition. I want to win them all.
What was the record?
We're here to win the game.
What was the preseason record in 2019? I got to go back and...
I don't know.
Got to do show prep, man. Got to.
Got to do show prep.
I'm just glad to be part of this guest-driven show.
Yeah.
Oh, God, another guest. Rutherford's here.
That's our one and only. Here he is. JR was brought to you by Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com or by calling 314-889-0503. What's your little slogan you got for Mark Hanna, Jackson?
Oh, I like Mark Hanna so much, I work with him.
How about that?
Oh, gosh.
I work with him.
You live there? You live there?
Mark Hanna is a wonderful gentleman. Can't recommend him enough. And truly, if you do give him a call and you're interested in working with him as your financial advisor, somehow you will feel better about your situation financially and the world in general when you get off the phone. It's a weird trait that he has, and it's a great trait to have. Mark Hanna brings you Jeremy Rutherford every Wednesday and the two-part questions at 314-399-9646. I was listening to the Curbside podcast en route to the station this morning, JR, and I'm curious what you think about what Joey Vitale and Chris Kerber had to say. Said they feel good when it's all said and done about the first two lines, certainly, probably the third line, but they're a little concerned about the fourth line because it was so important last year in the surge to get to the postseason. And so far, they haven't seen anything there. But at the same time, what Vitale was saying is, I think they're probably done kind of messing around. And the next couple games before they play the Wild, you're going to see who's actually going to be out there. What is your assessment of the lines, the performance?
Yeah, for sure, Tim. And that's the line that we really haven't seen put together or assembled like we might see it on opening night. We've seen the top line. We've seen that second line. And then to a degree, we've seen the third line with Neighbors and Shen. But who's going to be the third line right winger? And I think that, is it going to be Sundqvist? Is it going to be Bukestad? I don't think anybody's going to give what the potential that they had with Bolduc last year. But they've got a number of guys, and somebody's going to have to slide in there. And I agree with them that even if you like what those top two lines are doing, you want to see this bottom six kind of crystallize in the next couple preseason games.
You think they pretty much know what the roster will be at this point? Or are there still a couple of questions to answer?
I think for the most part, I think it's going to boil down to who gets these last two forward spots. And I wrote about Milan Lucic today. Looked a little better last night, guys. I still don't know that you see the type of player who's going to come in here and get up and down the ice and be the physical force that you want to see. Is he going to take some extra time? Are they going to work with him? Are they going to extend the PTO into the season? Is he going to go to the minors? I think there's all kinds of options. But here's the thing, Texier and Matthew Joseph aren't making it any easier. They were not noticeable last night. And even if they're 13th, 14th forwards, like, where do they fit on this team? So, you know, in terms of roster battles, Doug, and what's it boiling down to, I think it really is that 13th, 14th forward who's going to slide into those spots.
I don't know what you take out of preseason. It's hard. Doug is considering the panic button, much like Craig Berube was asked last year when Toronto was 0-2. That was a great what your grandma think. But I think the most important thing is Dylan Holloway being healthy and scoring goals. Like last night, he gets 2 goals. You really need him to kind of pick up where he left off.
Yeah, question was a little prickly, but I think it's a fair question. I think.
Wow, Martin.
I think you're right. Like, there are some questions about this team, but there should be questions in the preseason. There should be questions a week before the season starts. But I think when you look at, okay, what's going to make this team go, and you look at how Dylan Holloway looks like, guys, that drop back pass to Jordan Kyrou last night, then goes to the slot, and then Kyrou feeds him goal. He scores twice last night. You know, he just looks like he's in midseason form, right? And this is a guy who's coming off a pretty extensive surgery, and oh, by the way, was healthy 3 months ago and ready for this. So he looks good. That line looked good last night. You know, some people are questioning who should be the second line center. Should it be Pius Suter? Should it be Braden Shen? I think they're probably going to win either way, but right now it's Suter in the middle, and that line looked pretty good, but Holloway especially.
How did Hofer look in goal?
You know, it's interesting because I saw some people say, you know, Hofer didn't look great. Two of those goals went off the skate of Leo Loof, the prospect defenseman, and then later on, this is crazy. There was a puck that went off his skate and sailed out of bounds, and so that denied a delay of game penalty. So 3 plays last night involved the skate of Leo Loof. So I think Hofer looked fine.
He got big feet or what?
I know, that's what I was waiting for, him to score a goal, and they have to review it. You know, direct intention to kick the puck in the net. But yeah, I'm gonna have to check the foot size today. What number you think we're looking at there, Doug?
Oh, it's probably 11 or 12.
11, yeah.
Yeah. I'm just seeing Colorado's 4-0. Dallas is 4-1. We're 0-3-1.
Where do they even put the preseason records?
Oh, I'm seeing it right here on ESPN. Play to win the game. Let's have some W's.
Let's see. We got Mark Hanna. If the sponsor texts in, you got to answer. Let's see what he's got. Well, number one, can I sponsor a caller Ellen versus Martin as a regular segment? So Mark is looking to add to his ad spend here on TMA. And if Texier and Joseph aren't making it, wouldn't you rather try Dvorsky over Lucic? That's from Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com.
Thank you, Mark. Yeah, no, I think that Dvorsky and Stenberg especially, Otto Stenberg's looked really good. That's the guy that Jim Montgomery talked about yesterday, I believe. He's looked really good. I just think you have an asset management situation here where a couple guys would have to go through waivers, Joseph and Texier. And hey, if you lose them, you lose them. They're not playing well, but they're still good NHL depth, and right now you can send Stenberg, Dvorsky down. Don't need waivers. Get some more seasoning. And honestly, they're playing great. They're looking good. They look like they got a bright future. But the one thing that I keep going back to with this Blues team is they have to have a great start. Like, they have to. They can't get behind the 8 ball. You can't be, 2-8-2 after. Doug, what's the math on that one?
It'd be 12 games.
12 games.
12 games.
And you can't get off to a start where you're like, okay, we're bringing this guy along. Same thing with Carbonneau. That's why I think it was a good decision to send him back to junior, is because you just can't get 3 weeks into the season and, I hate to use this term, but babysitting a young prospect. And so Dvorsky, Stenberg, you're going to see these guys. I just don't know that right out of the gate is the answer.
Nashville's won twice. Minnesota's 2-2-1. Chicago's 2-2. We don't have a win yet. Do they put any importance on that at all? They have to, a little, right? Well, I know big picture doesn't matter in the least, but when you play, you still want to have positive results.
I think it's more about how are individuals playing, especially the guys that are going to be here on opening night, and then also, how's the power play looking? How are certain aspects of the team game looking? Like, there were several good NHL players that were up in the press box last night walking behind me, and Dallas brought a good lineup, and so at the end of the day, I think you just try to look for good signs with individuals and good signs with the team aspect, because I don't think people are going to remember that preseason record in a couple months.
Have you been watching Mayu closer than most players? Like, is that one of the ones you really want to see what he's got?
Yeah, and he's looked good in the preseason. He's looked good in camp, but I think that let's drop the puck on the regular season, get the 6 starting D out there, and see how he looks. Because guys, he can move the puck, he can shoot the puck, and also he's a little bit feisty. He's got that edge to him. So if you said put together a list of top 5 things you're looking to see, that third pair, Tucker Mayu, getting after a little bit, I think on the back end is going to be something fun to watch.
Not to get negative or heaven forbid prickly, has there been anybody that you wondered, wait a minute, shouldn't this guy pick it up a little bit? He's really not been performing yet. We expect a little bit more out of him.
Not among the top guys. I think the top guys have played pretty well, and they haven't played a lot of games too. So you're just talking 4 preseason games, and each of them just got into a couple. I go back to, and I know it's not sexy conversation with Texier and Joseph, but those guys have that opportunity. Like, they have an opportunity to be on this team, and you've seen it at times. But last night, no shots on goal for a couple of those guys, those two, and a couple giveaways. They're just not grabbing it like Ken Hitchcock used to say.
Carlos Spicy Wiener here in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, where you can send in your questions for Jeremy Rutherford, who joins us in the 9 o'clock hour on Wednesdays. Number 1, JR, preseason scaring me. Tell me it's all going to be okay and that Kyrou will have more trade value than household appliances this season. And number 2, do you think a governing body may get involved to stop people in Jefferson County from calling their family plots a, quote, farm or, quote, ranch, given most such properties only contain a broken-down ATV, dirt bike, and 3 stray cats with window air conditioning units only? That's from Carlos Spicy.
A lot of detail there.
Well, first time he asked the Kyrou questions, let's go through that first. Did anybody see the Kaprizov contract?
Big boy dollars there. What was that, 117?
$17 million per year.
How do you do?
Biggest ever in the NHL.
Biggest ever in the NHL. And Jordan Kyrou is sitting right there at 8.125, half that Kaprizov money, and has the potential to score 40 goals. So we'll see what happens with Kyrou. And then I have a twist on that Jeffco question, if I could. I think he's right. They do call them plots, farms, ranches.
For tax reasons?
I want to hear what the chairman said. Yeah, I think so. You can get out of some taxes if you use the slang term like it's a plot there. But I got to ask the chairman here.
Chairman is on the floor in the studio for those of you watching.
I've covered a lot of girls softball games for the Post-Dispatch over the years, and
Humblebrug.
And if you go to West County, you go to Doug's neck of the woods, you go to Tim's neck of the woods, there's a lot of, come on, Megan, come on, Brandy, let's go. There's
Parker,
Parker,
Cole,
stuff like that. How come in Jeffco you can sit at a girls softball game and you'll hear it about 4 different times from 4 different families? Come on, sis. Come on, sis.
I like that, really.
Why is everybody sis?
I think there might be some allegations that a lot of people are all related out there.
Oh, no.
I can say that because I'm from there.
Sis.
Okay. But yeah, maybe it's just like equality, because we can go, hey, what's up, bro? So maybe it's like just gender neutral.
Do you think it's more of a Jeffco thing, though? Listen, we're both from there. We can say this.
Right.
Do you think it's more of a Jeffco thing?
I don't have enough data to make an accurate assumption.
Okay, I do.
You doing a yoga thing over there?
I just tie my shoe.
Oh, really? How about that?
Mid-thought.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, oh, the chairman's doing a yoga
For the
pose.
record, I could never throw 1 foot up in the air and tie my shoe.
Since you're on camera, why don't you try?
Am I on to something? You guys ever noticed, heard?
I haven't gotten to as many Jefferson County girls softball games as I'd like, so I don't have a sample size.
I gotta go this weekend.
I got a schedule if you want to go next week.
JR, why do you think Holloway and Broberg haven't been signed yet, and are they even in discussions to do so? And is it possible that the players are wanting to wait and the price tag may go up? Sorry, that was 3 parts. That's from Ian LaPerriere. Doug, you know him as Lappy.
Mm-hmm. I sure do.
Yeah, and I do have my 2-part notebook here, and also a new fresh pen. Martin gave me that grenade last week that blew up. So, Holloway and Broberg, actually, Doug addressed this the other day after he signed Cam Fowler. He said that wanted to get the UFAs done first, Fowler being one of them, and they got that deal done, and then he'll get to the RFA guys. That's the thing. Those 2 guys are 23 years old. They're restricted free agents. You keep the rights even if you don't get them signed next summer, and now they're in a position where they can move forward with those guys now that they got Fowler done. And, I should answer that second part, too, is do you run some risk by waiting longer? Yeah, you do. I mean, Holloway puts up 35, 40 goals with this cap going up. He could be a $10 million guy, $12 million guy instead of 8 or 9.
JR, I have a 2-parter if you're taking in-house questions. First one, going back 2023, they're trading off pieces. O'Reilly's gone, Barbashev's gone. Did you think then that they were kind of not in a rebuild, but okay, they're going to take a step back for longer than they've had to take a step back? In other words, did they turn this thing around quicker than you thought? And then the second part, do you keep your receipts? Doug says he keeps all of his receipts. So when you go through the second side drive-through at Checkers, do you keep all receipts?
Do you guys know something? Because, yeah, I'll get to that one here in a second. But
first one first?
First one first. Got to keep them in order here. Turning around this quick, I think this is a little bit quicker than I thought. Yeah, so you talk about rebuild versus retool. Do you strip it down to the studs, like Doug likes to say, and get a high draft pick, top 5 generational top player? Once we saw that they weren't going to go that direction, I thought with the contracts that they had on the books that it would take longer. But then you had the Krug injury. Were you able to move the Leddy contract? They were. So Doug's made some pretty shrewd moves. And, of course, the biggest one being Holloway and Broberg. And you get those guys in there, and they've been terrific. So I thought it'd be 3, 4, 5 years before you could kind of be competitive. And I think 2.5 is a lot quicker. And then with the receipts, I do have a story on this, guys. I keep all receipts. Like if I were to go to the Potbelly,
you probably have to though. For you have to submit expense reports.
You have
to the Athletic,
do it
right?
for work for sure.
Yeah.
They make it easier where you just take a picture of it and then you can send it in. But I personally, I do this as well with all receipts.
And what's that about?
Why?
I didn't hear coming in, Doug. You said you don't.
No, you
Hell
don't.
no. Like when you go to the gas station, it spits out the receipt, and just by habit, I take the receipt and put it in my wallet, and then I go back later. Why would I keep that?
All right, this is
what am I
going to
do with that?
Doug, you're going to give me more trouble after you hear this. I'm one of probably the only person in St. Louis that still has a check register. Anybody still do the check?
Where you fill out
register?
the daily.
Yeah.
I did that up until like a couple of years ago.
Did you?
Yeah.
I still have
what
one.
made you stop there?
I have. Well, I started using online software.
Yeah.
And I do my budgets every single morning. It's psycho stuff.
Yeah. So there's still so much stuff coming and going. I want to know how much money I have in the bank. I just want to know. And
the bank will tell you that.
It'll tell you, but that's not going to be a right number when you got 14 things coming out the next day, or you got a check coming in. So
you're paying that bookie down by the Arnold Water Tower too.
Doing that. Yeah. So the funny part is, I have a buddy who does some banking. Shout out to Sean, and every once in a while he'll drop off about 10 check registers to my house, and it's like a kid
Look
at
at
Christmas.
that.
Yeah.
Papers, is it taken yet? JR's check registry.
Yeah, somebody should hop on that.
JR's check registry. And if you would, maybe in future shows, just read a few aloud for us so we can find out if you had lunch at Casey's, if you ate grease missiles at QT for breakfast, and maybe just if you would share some of those down there.
I'll bring the check register next week so you guys read through it.
And you're doing all that. Like every check you write, you do the math. And
every debit, everything, yep.
Was that account budget right down to the nubbins where you're worried that you're not going to have enough?
I can tell you that right now I have $12.42 in the bank.
Well,
wow, he didn't even brag.
Yeah, I don't like the bragging.
I don't either.
You know?
Come on, sis.
Are the Blues going to lose a bunch of games in the last few minutes again, or what? And is Michael Handzus not AI, just cute as a button? Bits from Mitch. I think this org as a whole is in a pretty good cumstein. Yeah, with 3 empty netters so far, JR.
It's the preseason.
Yes, Doug, but it's 3 empty netters.
Yes, I'd like a win.
What if they go 0-5-1?
I'd be upset. Now, I'm sure we've asked you this before, but I have the memory of a hamster now. Is Krug just done forever? Is there any possibility he might come back?
No, he's not coming back. He had that subtalar fusion surgery, and no pro athlete has come back from it. I talked to him last week, and he's come to terms with the fact that it's over. So loving the family life and being a dad again, but he is essentially retired.
Will he be around the team? I mean, he's still probably getting paid in some capacity, insurance or by the Blues.
So he's got 2 years left on the deal, and it's $6.5 million. Insurance covers that. The Blues have the right to, I think, designate. I think it's 4 or 5 contracts a year for insurance. I'm sure he's one of those. They can put him on long-term injury reserve, so it won't show up on the cap. And is he here? He was here all the way up until last February. He told me this. The team was losing. He just felt like he was kind of in the way. He was out there working out, so on and so forth, and decided to head back to Charleston. So that's where his home is, and says he watches them every night, but just didn't want to be in the way with this team.
He's not that old, really, still, right?
No, is he 33?
Wow.
Yep.
He probably lost 5 years of his career.
Yeah, all for that fluke injury in Boston that created the ankle damage that he's dealing with now.
JR, you think Thursday night Ottawa in town, do you think Brady Tkachuk plays? They're getting closer to their regular season. And then do you think that'll be the closest the Blues will have to their regular lineup as opposed to that Saturday Chicago road game? Probably not as big a deal.
I think yes on both. And obviously it's probably already determined whether Brady's coming or not. And I don't know the answer, but I would guess for the reason that you said they're getting closer. And then also, it's a game in St. Louis, so he'd probably jump on the bird and come here. And then the Blues, I think with those 2 preseason games left, they're going to get closer to, like we talked about earlier, you got to get that third, fourth line intact. Like, what's it going to look like? And, a couple players last night walking through the press box said they were looking forward to a full lineup in the last 2.
Doug, you want to bring up 0-3-1 again? Or you...
Just looking to see if there's any other team that's winless, and Utah is the only other one in the whole league that hasn't got a win yet.
Papers, is Monty on the hot seat?
Mm-hmm.
Jim Montgomery?
Yeah, just checking. Some people call him Monty.
Has anyone ever been fired because of a bad preseason record? Probably somewhere.
I don't think he's on the hot seat.
Look at that. There you go.
But, that can change.
Yeah.
He's been put on notice.
Yeah, he's been put on notice.
So is Thursday against Ottawa, is that must win, Doug?
I would say that
Why don't you ask
Otherwise,
that, maybe morning skate on
that
Thursday.
Would be outstanding. Oh,
all right, I'll ask it Thursday morning if you guys clip it off, right?
Okay. Oh, you better believe we will. My God.
Yeah.
Who would you go to? Who's going to give you who's going to get the joke, and then who would not get the joke?
I don't know that anybody in the organization will get the
joke. You don't think if you sat there with Shen and said, "Hey, is tonight a must-win game?"
Yeah, but there won't be a camera. I want to do it with Monty at the stage so I can get the camera.
Jeremy Rutherford with us, brought to you by McKernan Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 314-889-0503, or go online at evergreen-ws.com. McKernan presents the 2-part questions with JR here on TMA. Thank you, JR.
Thanks, guys.
There he is.
All right,
That's
thank
Jeremy
you, JR.
Rutherford. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA here in the McKernan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. It's 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Give me that daddy butter. 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 Give me that daddy butter.
Here's Steve
Give me
Winwood.
that daddy butter. Give me that daddy butter.
This is my one big hit. I was a one-hit wonder.
Give me that daddy butter. Give me that daddy butter. Give me that daddy butter.
Talking about
Give me that daddy
colonoscopy, that's
butter.
all it was.
Give me that daddy butter.
Your thoughts on
a little
those
repetitive.
comments? Yeah, but it just worked. You know, if you're rolling balls. 314-399-9646. Text in. That's Air Comfort Service text inbox. Then you can participate in the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. Let me see what's going on in there. I haven't taken a look at it. Bill Reloaded's talking in there, and he says it is a must-win preseason game on Thursday, so he agrees with you, Doug.
It feels like it to me, you know.
And Jake in St. Genevieve, he says, if you were Papers, wouldn't you at least gain an elementary knowledge about the Blues in the NHL? That's Jake in St. Genevieve.
I didn't even say anything. The whole segment, I stayed quiet. I know
think
my
when
role.
I said Monty, and you said, "What's up, Jim Montgomery?" I think
Was I wrong?
No, but I think
That was less about the question of Jim Montgomery and more about me not paying attention.
That's I agree with that read. Of course, you would know your own reads. So
Right.
That makes sense. But yes, I didn't think that was a case of not knowing. I mean, I think when Jackson ranked Lindy Ruff as the hottest coach in the NHL last year, it proved that this guy knows puck.
Thank you. I guess I have 8 days to do my new ranking.
You're going to do another one?
Sure.
How about that?
The hottest coaches. It's Jamie Rivers' favorite segment of
Yeah, it's a yearly tradition.
Doug, it was pointed out that you don't believe in winning series in baseball, but you care about winning preseason hockey games. So they were intrigued by that.
Oh, I'm all in favor of winning series. I just say it doesn't count for anything.
Okay.
252 friends are in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat right now. YouTube.com/TMASTL. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. 6,110 people, I guess, have done so. Subscribe to it. And then we'll have new stuff on there. So I got Spread Zone today, presented to you by FanDuel with Riz and Anthony Stalter. Papers, how do you feel about a QFTA today?
We can do that. I don't believe we'll be able to do it on YouTube because I believe there's a sound story.
Oh, is that correct?
If I'm not
Ladies and
mistaken,
gentlemen,
in the
Chairman
TMA studio.
Kurt of Sound Story giving us insight.
We should be done, give or take, around noon.
Okay.
I could do it. Yeah, I could do it then.
We'll see.
Cool.
That's also on the TMA STL YouTube channel. So you can always email questions. Anything's welcome. I've been doing questions and answers on the TMA fan page on Facebook, so you can participate in that. Assuming you're not one of the 1,200 people sitting in the queue waiting for Jackson's thorough vetting process. That what you need is 3 letters of recommendation in order to get to the TMA fan page.
Yeah, 2 pieces of mail. But they
show
can't be
your
bills,
address.
right?
That's correct.
It's like
yeah.
in the real ID.
And then we also ask for your net worth.
Right.
And that does not include your primary residence,
Right.
for the record.
I'm intrigued by this idea. We talked about how you can claim your residence as a farm, because, you know, I don't want to brag about my own estate and grounds, but I'm sitting on almost a third of an acre, and I just wonder if I could use that as a farm, as farmland.
And you got the new sod that you just put down.
I do, yeah. Have to water and water and water that sod. God bless it.
Sounds like you're not happy with
But
it.
it feels like I'm working on a farm. And when you got that kind of land, you know, you'd like to get some government subsidies for
A third of an acre.
it. Yeah, almost.
Almost. Jackson, what is this song that the Padres have?
Oh, yeah.
Martin, have you heard this?
Martin sent it to me yesterday.
Well, it
is
was,
that right?
I believe it was the what's it? The Vaughn of Crunch Castle, or what's our guy?
Hunchback of Vaughn.
Hunchback of Vaughn Castle.
Crunch Castle.
Sorry, it's all confusing. He spotted this and said, "Here you go." Basically,
Right. And buckle up your shin straps.
San Diego, let's do this. Come on. Philly going down to yellow and brown. That's what's in. Padres on the loose. Let's go, Goose. That's what's in. Bryce gonna lose, and Manny's gonna cruise. That's what's in. Give Philly no slack and send them back. That's what's in. So back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back. Back, Philly, back.
so it was a bunch bunch of Padre fans getting together.
There you have it.
Workshopping. You missed it on Monday, Tim. I think we played the audio of the Ryder Cup MC. One of the MCs, not the one who said "F you, Rory" and got kicked out. But the
Rams rules type thing.
Yes.
I couldn't
It's unbelievable.
believe that. I couldn't believe. I truly could not. I know I'm saying the same thing over and over again, but when I saw that, I think I saw it on Instagram, I thought, what in the hell is it? Like, you have Carson Daly as the host of the opening ceremonies for it, and then you have whatever, I mean, who was that person? Like, who got that gig? And what was that paying?
She didn't last long.
No, that's the one who said "F you, Rory."
Right.
This was a guy and a girl
who was
really trying hard to get the crowd going with the Scotty chant.
My goodness.
At least the Padres thing, it was just, I think, a handful of fans. It wasn't team orchestrated or event orchestrated.
Doug, spicy. Do you say sour or spicy so?
Sow, I think.
I think you're right.
Okay, he's not happy with us. Once again, should I be upset that these fellows don't talk about F1? It's more popular than any sport that they talk about on the show, and it's okay that they don't know about it. Talk about it. And then I guess somebody said something, I guess arguing with him, and he said, I couldn't disagree more. Look at fan engagement and streaming numbers compared to every single American sport. A race weekend will see over 300,000 people on average. Doug, would you like to talk F1?
Well, Fernando Alonso said it's his mission to ensure Aston Martin returns to competitiveness before he retires. Although he thinks it's a guarantee the team will be champions within the next 10 years. Alonso will turn, I think, 45 in 2026. That's the final year of his contract with the team.
Boy, and Aston Martin is a beautiful vehicle.
Nice.
If I had
How many do you have?
If I had all the money in the world, that's the first thing I'd buy.
Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Feels like
You
it's
roll
in
up
a
the
lot
brick tops?
Yeah, I would make my rounds.
It feels
Brick
like it'd
tops
be
in
in
Napoli.
a lot of Bond movies, maybe.
It's
Okay,
in
Aston
all the
Martin.
Bond. Yeah, that's
all
his
the Bond
car.
movies.
That's his car.
That's
It's
his
an Aston
car.
Martin.
Doug, did they say in that release too that it's going to be about the long term and there's no shortcuts, and there's going to be some pain along the way?
Well, I know this. Ambitious Aston Martin boss Lawrence Stroll has targeted the new F1 regulations coming into force next season is a time for the team to become title contenders.
I know almost nothing about F1, but what I do know is watching them do a pit stop is incredible. They do it in like 1.8 seconds.
Yeah.
They'll change all four tires.
How they
in
get the lug nuts
1.8
on and off that
It's
quick?
insanity. It's one of the most impressive things in sports.
Mm-hmm. When you go and you have your tires changed at a local garage, it'll take you 2 days.
Yeah, but they do it in legit 1.8 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
After the Brad Pitt movie, did you feel more inclined to watch Formula? No?
No,
I
was not. I've watched Drive to Survive a little bit. I've watched the F1 movie. Just not for me, but I respect the hell out of it.
Tell F1 guy to go stand on the track during the next race. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. If you start talking about F1, I'm going to drive into a tire fire. That's from Doug's prison wallet. F1 guy is the worst. That's from Fish, the people. I thought it was determined that, was it soccer guy is the worst?
Yeah, I would say.
Or is it bourbon guy in the fall is the worst?
I'd actually like to tip my cap to the F1 people because they're very passionate about their sport, but I don't feel that they get upset if you don't talk about it, whereas... And I like soccer. Soccer they'll let you hear about it. They're going to let you hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to let you hear about it.
F1 driver Lewis Hamilton's dog has died.
No,
he had a
the best.
bulldog named Roscoe is gone.
Him and Verstappen are like the two best.
Okay.
But there are sports snobs that want you to talk about their sport, but then will be really upset if you don't know the finer points.
Mm-hmm. Soccer is that's the one.
Soccer.
That's the one. I like soccer a lot too.
Some sports you just can't get it. You can like a lot of sports, but there's some that just doesn't do it for you.
Right. Nothing wrong with that.
No.
I'm a big Formula One fan, and I hope it stays on the down low in St. Louis. Please do not talk about it. I don't want bored, fat B-fibs to start watching it and ruining it. That's from Crestwood Coyote. So B-fibs who are bored and heavy-set will start watching it and ruining it.
Destroy it. How will they ruin it?
Someone said F1 ? FU. Oh, I like that.
Maybe let's localize it. We could have the Festus Grand Prix. We could just start doing it in certain towns around our area.
It could just be on 40 in McCausland at 4:45 p.m. You could win that race.
I'd like to see him someday clear Highway 70 and see how fast you can get from like St. Louis to Kansas City in an F1 car.
What do you think?
Well, you'd have to,
I
you have
guess
to
you
stop
could
for
figure it
gas.
Yeah, about Columbia maybe.
Right. But given how fast they do those pit stops,
Yeah.
I mean, they're driving really fast.
And they should stop and get some to eat.
But
too.
usually in F1, they're doing a lot of turns. It's a lot of windy roads. People can't see me, but I'm doing a hand motion.
The 70 is almost just a straight shot. They
Right.
could go 300 miles an hour.
Yeah, you could go really fast.
I guess we could figure it out if we knew anything at all about math.
I don't.
Well, we chose communications and journalism, so.
Yeah, the mileage is what,
What's Kansas City, 240? Yeah.
It might take just about an hour.
They were going to have that Hyperloop, remember?
That's right. We can go to Worlds of Fun, too.
But Bill Self wasn't sure if he wanted people from Missouri coming over, so he stopped it.
This show's amazing. You all can talk about anything. Let's focus on golf and the pharmaceutical industry. Thanks. That's from the 314.
The pharmaceutical industry.
I'm always interested that antacids don't taste as bad as you think they would.
It's going to take, Martin.
Well, they're like
didn't see that coming.
They're like chalky, and you're like, this is gonna
like
be
a Tums.
This is gonna be gross. Same with like Pepto. Like it's like you think it's gonna be
St.
nasty.
Louis's own. Come on, pal.
And you eat it, and you're like, hey, it's not actually that bad. And it helps.
Yeah,
that's my take.
Well, if you just wash it down, you don't taste much anyway.
But you have to chew it though, so you kind of have to taste it. You don't swallow it. You swallow like a Tums whole.
I don't take. I've never taken a Tums in my life.
You've never taken a Tums in your life?
I have a
stomach.
cast iron stomach.
Yeah, it's true.
St. Louis fats hate anything European as much as they hate dieting. There's no chance that F1 catches on. That's from Arbor Day, who has won the Texter of the Year 2 times in a row.
So
Unbelievable.
F1 racing is not for the fats? Is that what we're learning?
Are they still doing that race in Vegas?
Yeah, I saw that's already set up. I mean, it's still a month and a half away. But
Yeah,
it's all set up.
It is really
and that's
cool.
not all set up, but you certainly can see it.
Yeah, it's really cool that they do that.
You can send in your texts, either pro F1, anti F1, 314-399-9646. You can also email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, could you tell me about Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you could.
Well, of course I could, because they've been out to my house a few times. They do great work. I've had him work on my air conditioner and done maintenance on the furnace, and he's going to come out here next week. This is something you ought to do, too, because the St. Louis weather might be 85 degrees today, but in about a week and a half, we'll be wearing coats, and it'll be 50 degrees again. That's just how it works. When it comes to heating and cooling, you got to trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling, proudly serving the area since 1904, more than a century of keeping St. Louis homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company, also the longest running sponsor on TMA, and we appreciate that. Seth Goldcamp at the helm, 4th generation family member that has run that company and run it well. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You'll never be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis heat or the winter cold, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and home of the handsome repairman. As for Larry, the Silver Fox.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. It's the first day of the month. You get to compete with the scoreboard all at zeros with Buck Swope and Riot's dad. This is your chance to make your mark and make it dark. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And I guess we'll have the Papal Conclave for the TMA Lister of the Month today.
Yeah. Darn tootin'.
Get your ballots ready.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that announcement will be coming
Remind
up
me to
tomorrow.
Yeah. You going to vote?
Follow up and like Al Davis, I just abstain on accident.
You can participate in this program by texting in, emailing in, calling in, or watching the show on YouTube and talking it over with Spicy So, who says he is happy with us. He just is an F1 fan, for the record. And they are now talking F1 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. 252 friends are in there right now. YouTube.com/TMA STL. It's the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Aw, Doug. What is the music theme?
There is none.
9:52. He collapses and admits.
I heard this song.
theme.
I heard it yesterday, and I was just like, man, what tune?
I wish you would have just said, well, it's Julie Andrews' birthday. So
Yeah.
we'll play some Sinatra. You know, they must have known each other.
I'm sure. Maybe they've met. I could see it. I've had a few.
How's your singing voice, Papers?
Terrible.
Is it really?
Awful. Never been my strong suit. Voice work isn't my thing.
Voice work.
I like that voice work.
Not musically inclined.
Yeah.
Not classically trained.
Certainly not.
Not good at math.
Well, a lot of people think they can sing and can't. At least some of us realize we can't.
Yeah, it's just not for me. I can dance.
Oh, can you really?
Sure.
Sometimes by yourself at Wheelhouse.
I think it's Tin
Tin
Roof where
Roof.
he goes.
Yeah.
Did you see last week there was a TLC cover band playing downtown at Broadway Oyster Bar, and the remaining members of TLC crashed the show?
Oh, wow.
I saw that on the Two Fox last night. I thought, what?
Two Fox had coverage.
Why, were they in town anyway, or did they hear about
they
the cover
played.
band?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Didn't they play it downtown?
Oh, so they were in town for a show, and then there was a cover band?
Yeah.
And then they popped in on them. Oh. This town's got it going.
Broadway Oyster Bar, that probably seats upwards of 20 people.
Gets a little cozy. They got the outdoor area.
Evolution Fest. Anybody go to it?
No.
No.
Was it Lenny Kravitz Sunday night? I think it was Sunday night.
Yeah, TLC. Yeah. Weather had to be perfect, right? Weather was great here, right? Am I right?
Oh, yeah.
Yours?
Yeah, weather was
Bees knees?
choice.
Sundresses?
Saturday was dedicated to college ball and the Ryder Cup for me.
Oh, you didn't leave the house either?
No, I did. I went, friends of mine were on like a little bar crawl thing, and I was like, will these bars have televisions? They said yes. I was like, all right, I'll come.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, and then we found the bar, a perfect spot for the night games. It was actually really nice.
Oh, that night game situation. By the way, I heard you talking about this, Martin, because I was truly podcasting like the Dickens. The college football slate this weekend. The hell's going on?
Week.
What? I don't get it.
It's
and
like
then,
an
and you
off
have
week.
two of the best games of the year being played at the exact same time this past Saturday with Georgia and Alabama and Oregon, Penn State. And then you look at the schedule this week, and it's just garbage. I don't get it.
Yeah, it's
the
really
only
bad.
night game of note is Florida State hosting Miami.
Right. Yeah, I know. It's
I
like
don't know what's going on.
they loaded it up because I mean last week too we had the 2:30 slot was great. Ole Miss and LSU and also Tennessee Mississippi State.
Yeah.
I figured that'd be a good game, and it turned out to be. So yeah, it feels like it was totally backloaded on this week. Not to mention, like we enjoy when Power 4 teams play each other early in the season to offset some of the Power 4 teams playing, as we say, butt asses, but you got to pay the Pied Piper for that because then they got to play the butt asses later in the season, and then you have weeks like this. I think that plays a factor as well.
I just don't get it.
Because you see, like, you see some of those games out there where it's a big dog playing a UMass
It is
team.
disappointing, though, because you had if the Big Ten puts together their schedule, hey, they got Penn State, Oregon, that's their call. They go to NBC, they're doing their deal. The SEC says, well, we got Bama, Georgia.
Right.
I don't know if they're talking to each other and saying, gosh, we got a big one. You sure you want to do a big one? What about underrated Mississippi State at Texas A&M as a competitive game?
I'm intrigued by that.
Yeah,
I'm legitimately intrigued by that. I'll tell you what, and I wanted to talk about this a little earlier, but obviously the Chaim Bloom thing is. I heard Gabe talking about this. I think this is right. College football in 2025, and maybe you could say the last year or two, is now more like the NFL. And I'm not talking, you can go, well, of course it is. They're getting paid. That's not the direction I'm taking it. It's probably because they are getting paid that I think it is going to be virtually impossible unless you have like a 2019 LSU team. And I don't know if those can exist anymore. Maybe they can. My point is anybody can be, I don't want to say anybody can beat anybody, but yeah, Mississippi State, Martin, you asked about that. Mississippi State could snag somebody. Arkansas could still snag somebody.
I think they will.
I think Florida could beat Texas this weekend.
Their defense is great.
My premise is because of NIL and the transfer portal, great players who know they're not going to play leave, and then therefore I think you really do have an opportunity for schools that usually are not in the mix to suddenly actually be in the mix, and you have to get over the school name not making sense to be in the top 10 or a college football playoff national championship threat, and go, okay, maybe Texas Tech and Vanderbilt are in the college football playoff. It sounds ridiculous, but they might be better than some of these schools that you think are going to be there. And I'm speaking firsthand here myself, when you observe it.
Right. Like, I think the opportunity to lose games in your season not be completely over, even if it is like a bad loss. Like we saw Notre Dame lose in Northern Illinois last year, still made the college football playoff. Right. There's a chance Notre Dame still makes the playoff this season, despite starting their season 0-2. Like, I do like the element that not losing a game doesn't mean everything's over and then chaos. I think that's better for the sport, even if it does dilute some of the regular season. I do enjoy that. Like Josh Pate, I was talking about that yesterday. He's like forecasting A&M actually's schedule. He's like, you can have 2 losses here and still easily get in the college football playoff. Easily.
Sexy then versus sexy now. Clemson at North Carolina. A month ago.
Oh, my God. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Dabo going to take on Belly now. Like,
Sexy now, Virginia at Louisville. 2-3 game.
Louisville's a sneaker team. By the way.
Virginia's coming off the win against Florida State. They're ranked now, which is interesting, but...
What, Virginia being ranked?
Yeah, I don't get into like the rankings like debate because it's unimportant.
I mean, you brought it up.
I know, and I shouldn't have. I immediately regretted it.
Quickest collapse in the history of the show.
I immediately regretted it.
Where's the Arch Manning, Steve Sarkisian?
I immediately regretted it. I don't care about it.
I think the Vanderbilt-Alabama game is be the one that might get the most national attention.
Oh, for sure, 100%.
But that's a game that now I get 2:30 is like the glamorous spot, but then you'd be like, okay, what does the SEC have at night? And it's Mississippi State A&M.
Right.
Because Florida and Texas are being played at 2:30 as well as the Vanderbilt-Alabama game. I just don't understand it.
Yeah. Texas Tech at Houston is your 6 p.m. game on ESPN, and Mississippi State at Texas A&M is on SEC Network.
So that's my sleeper interesting game.
Well, I think it's interesting. I just think Texas A&M will roll them.
Do you?
Mm-hmm. At Kyle Field. I think A&M.
Didn't our guy Mike Elko get a little sideways about the questions about his offense?
Yeah, I think A&M is really good, and that win against Notre Dame was huge for them. I think that was a huge catalyst.
We may have a wagering opportunity with Notre Dame. We may have, Martin, a spot where I can't recall what it was. I think I was on doing the FanDuel Sports Zone with Stalter and Riz, and I said, I don't care what the number is for the Ravens and Lions Monday night. I'm going over. And I think they did wind up scoring some ridiculous amount. I mean, it covered. Notre Dame is in a spot because their schedule may not feature a ranked team the rest of the way. I don't know if USC will be ranked when they play them, that they have to do what they did to Arkansas this past weekend. And so, therefore, there might not be a number that Las Vegas can set. And they're just, because they got to put up the style points. It could be an opportunity, Doug, for us to, quintuple our bankrolls.
Oh, really?
And at that point, I guess we could acquire the Cardinals.
They're 19.5-point favorites at home against Boise State.
Correct. Keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on it.
So they're just going to keep running up the score?
Yes, because I think they might have to because they don't have anybody on their schedule to allow them. And the thing is, again, this kind of goes back into how do you rank teams? Do you rank them based on what you think they are? Do you subtract them if they lose, even if they lose like Penn State did in overtime? But at the same time, Penn State didn't really look good for the first 3 quarters because Notre Dame's 2 losses are against 2 undefeated, top 7 teams, I think, with Miami and A&M, and they were both lost in the last play.
Yeah, Notre Dame's probably a top 10 team themselves.
Right.
And they're ranked 21st right now.
So, but then I don't know, are you right? And that's why I keep hammering this point. Is a voter ranking based on what they think they are, and then you take losses out of it, or are you ranking just based on, okay, they lost, so therefore I don't know. I don't have the answer to it. This is crowdsourcing.
Right.
At its peak.
I think the best way to do it is based on what you've done so far. Because anytime you're like, well, what do I think are the 25 best teams?
All right. So then let's operate off that premise.
All right.
Then what do you do with the team that has 2 losses?
Right. I wouldn't. Yeah. I think in this case you don't rank them. But even though I think they're one of the 25 best teams in college football, but that's me, and I can't separate like my subconscious thinking Notre Dame has always been a good team, you know? And so when you include teams who aren't big brand names, I think people subconsciously going to be like, well, they shouldn't be right.
That's exactly that's what happens when they start reasoning out, and all of a sudden it's like, yeah, well, I get Alabama in there, and I'm like, Alabama wasn't that great last year.
Right.
By the end of the year. The team that was really rolling at the end of the year was South Carolina. But they weren't the brand name.
Right.
And one of their losses, they didn't have, or two of their losses actually, they didn't have Lenora Sellers. He got hurt in the LSU game and didn't play, I think, against Ole Miss, if I'm not mistaken. So I don't have an answer for it. But as I keep going back to with college football, one of the reasons why it's as popular as it is because so much of it is subjective and either consciously or subconsciously agenda based.
Yeah.
You're welcome to give your thoughts on the topic by texting in 314-399-9646. You can call in 314-974-0101. And then you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. I wish I could bet that, Tim, but some frumpy man doesn't like machines. That's from caller Buzz.
Some frumpy man doesn't like machines.
Is that in reference to the one gentleman who's not allowing sports gambling in Missouri because of video poker?
Oh.
He's the frumpy man.
Well, I guess it could be.
See, let me tell you.
Uh-oh. Papers is riled up.
Get angry.
This Texas at Florida game would be the perfect game to put on a Friday night. Move that off of the 2:30 window where you're going to be competing against
Are you
Bama.
horse plowing me with this take? You want a Friday night Texas-Florida game?
Yes. I think the SEC should pick one matchup a week and put it on Friday nights. I think that would be...
And just do that in advance of the season?
Yep.
But SEC country's at the high school games Friday night.
I think that's overblown. How many people are going to high school football games on Friday nights?
A ton in Texas,
Thousands
and Florida,
upon thousands.
Georgia. It's big stuff.
Well, football games get millions of views.
Abandon this take.
No, I'm sticking to it. How awesome was that Virginia at Florida State? And you can flex it week by week. You flex it week by week, so you're not
That'll
putting.
be great for the fans who book hotels to travel.
Well, you know, I'm trying to make everyone happy here. No, I refuse. That's a perfect game to put on a Friday night. Wow. We need more Friday night college football action. This week is terrible. It's got no juice, and I want to see some juice. Charlotte, South Florida. Charlotte, you want to see the Charlotte 49ers taking on the Bulls of South Florida? No.
You can watch West Virginia, BYU.
West Virginia stinks.
Oh.
But BYU with the Kirkwood coach, we're backing.
Yeah, that doesn't satiate my desire.
Oh, wow.
Jackson, did you see last Saturday's SEC TV ratings? Are you high? That's from Steven Time.
No. I'm locked in, but I'm not high.
I'm locked in, but I'm not high.
Drink comes to St. Louis high school games in a helicopter. That's from the 314.
Right. Win-win. You don't have to see you save on jet fuel or whatever a helicopter takes.
He's tripling down on this.
You think it's diesel?
I suppose if you added up all the people that were at Friday night high school games in like Missouri, because a lot of games get a couple thousand people. If you added up all the games going on in Missouri, it might come close to totaling what Mizzou gets for attendance.
Oh, yeah. Well, it probably outweighs that. Yeah. You're talking about in the stadium at Furrow Field?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So it is a significant thing. There's a lot of people go to high school football games.
So Doug's point is maybe not the best night.
So if anything's going on, we just can't have sports at that time? Like, what are we talking about? High school football game, meaning you can't have... Tell the NFL they can't have a game on Friday because of high school football.
They'll
pull one right on Friday night. Yeah, what are they talking about?
The Allen Pearland high school football game in 2013 had 54,000 people at it.
Bully for them. I still want a good college football game on Friday. They can still play. I'm not saying you can't play. Play all you want. Don't watch the Friday night SEC game. I don't care. I want to watch it.
But the point is there aren't it's not just high school football. It's just the least watched night of television is Friday night.
Is that right? Really?
I believe that's correct. I think even more so than Saturday.
Friday,
I stay with it.
Well, the good news is, Tim,
I go down with the ship. I don't back up.
Papers can help the pivot. We can have a papers pivot because you still have clearing the deck to get to. And I believe it says, are we past the fake fruit era in people's kitchens? So if you need a papers pivot It's just laying right there.
I feel like that moment's come and gone.
Do you have fake fruit in your kitchen?
Never have.
Save it for clearing the deck.
Always found it odd. But if people have a different take, I'm
He's
open
clearing
to
the
it.
deck right now, this guy.
Hey, Tim, why is every idea that Jackson has bad? Thanks. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
No, I refuse. No, this is just like when a reporter asks a fine question at a press conference and the coach starts to undress them. This is being framed poorly. My take is
So
rock
what is your
solid.
official position?
That the SEC or Big Ten, SEC though, should flex out 2 weeks in advance, one game, and put it on Friday nights.
So move it a day.
Yes, move it a day back to Friday so you have like a 7 p.m. kickoff Friday night at like a fringe SEC game, one that no one really care about at 2:30 or noon on Saturday, but everyone will watch on Friday night.
Got it.
That's my take.
Okay.
That's my because I think Friday
Do you
night
realize from a travel standpoint how problematic that's going to be?
for the fans or for the teams or both.
Fans. Teams will probably be fine.
For the fans.
A lot of logistics involved, especially
Let me work on
smaller
that.
towns.
Let me work on that.
All right, why don't you put that under construction?
Let me work on that.
So you want like Kentucky versus Mississippi State, not Texas, Florida.
Not
We started with
Bama,
Texas,
Georgia.
Florida.
Yeah, Texas at Florida because Florida's been is down this year.
But when did you decide that? This week?
Yeah, I could have looked at it last week and told you Texas, Florida would be a perfect Friday night game. I like it, and I don't care.
I like it, and I don't care.
Well, if the SEC decides, or one of the TV networks, that there's big money in it, you're likely to see that someday.
Right, so I'll start the campaign.
There's literal federal legislation that protects Saturdays for college football, and you want to abandon that? That's from Steven Time.
They literally play college football on Fridays. I have a list of 5 games that they're playing on Friday this week. So I don't know what piece of bureaucracy you have that's going to get in my way.
Can that be a new segment? Piece of bureaucracy. Wow, this is fun.
This is why Mizzou doesn't belong in the SEC. Its fanboys want to ruin Friday Night Lights. That's from Merp the Barbarian.
Maybe I'm just way off on this Friday night
They have
football.
Friday night games. So your stance is that the SEC needs to lean in because there are games on Fridays. Your stance is that okay?
Yeah, the games on Fridays often don't cut it.
Got it.
And you're like accepting that West Virginia BYU game, whereas you'd be excited about Texas,
Well,
Florida.
if it's on Fox, it's a great game. But
Couldn't agree more.
Zip it, nerd. Go watch Fincher movies.
Oh, you don't need to tell me twice.
David Fincher.
Yeah, I love 7.
Does he ever direct? Or he always writes them all? Is he just a writer?
Only directs.
Only directs.
You might be thinking of Aaron Sorkin, who also directs and writes.
Papers, you going down to Columbia for Tuscaloosa Roll Tide?
Maybe.
What's
Both
the problem?
kickoff and ticket prices are going to be tough in that department.
What if they move it to Friday night?
I'd be way more likely. It'd be way more likely. How cool would that be?
Do you still have your Bama mustache, or did you already ban
I
it?
shaved it. Shaved it.
That didn't last long.
It was getting very broomy.
Broomy.
Yeah, like like a broom that you leave out, like you left it
You can
out,
trim it.
like an
Bo.
outdoor
You can
broom.
trim
Like
the
in the
thing.
shop.
I did some trimming. I trim my shrubs. I trim my beard.
Yeah, but then it's hard enough to see as it is, and then you trim it, and it's like starting
Well,
over.
you're trimming it so the whiskers don't go into your mouth.
Yeah, it just never gets full enough. Like half the strands get long, the others stay nubby.
Yeah, but you trim them, baby. You trim them.
It's just not in the cards. I'll try again, but
Don't get down on the fact you're not hirsute.
thank you. I needed that, Doug.
Email in. Do you like Jackson's idea of moving one select SEC game to Friday nights? The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And then we got this fake fruit discussion, Martin. I know you got onboarding, but God, you got to want to kind of stick around for that.
I think we'll pipe it in during onboarding.
Maybe you could record a take and we could play it.
You need any help at onboarding, Martin?
You come along. Why don't you come with and see if there's any fake fruit in the onboarding office?
Ooh, Bill.
Tie it all together.
I'm going to the A&M game, Dawson's Creek. You can ride with me, and we can talk Fincher and Sorkin on the way. That's from Little Judy Suckins.
Sounds kind of fun. You guys want to take a guess on St. Louis to College Station?
What that ride would be.
Drive.
Yeah.
College Station is right outside. It's in the Dallas-Fort Worth
That
area.
was
right?
Houston-ish.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is.
yeah, you're right. Yeah,
I'm going to
yeah,
go
Houston-ish.
16.
Oh, I'll say. I think Dallas is right around a 10-hour drive.
I'll say 15. 15.
I'll say 16.
Just 12 hours, 8 minutes.
Really? Flying.
12 hours.
That's really surprising.
That's what I got here.
That's no stops at Buc-ee's.
Yeah, it's south of Dallas.
Yeah.
but not a crazy amount south. Just northwest of Houston.
I fancy myself a geographic wizard. Hell, I fancy myself a wizard at all. But when we took off from Houston one time, and all of a sudden we were over the ocean, I'm like, what the hell's going on here?
Yeah, right there. Right by the
Gulf.
The Gulf.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, they get hit by hurricanes.
Galveston, that's right down
Galveston,
there.
yeah.
Nassau,
Charles
right
Barkley.
there.
All right, Martin's heading to onboarding. We're talking his fake fruit
They're
over.
Yeah.
That's
Clearing
coming up.
the deck.
Yeah, that's right. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Hey, this is Jackson with a Sports Center update. That's driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Warriors and Jonathan Kuminga have agreed to a 2-year, $48.5 million deal so he can return to Golden State. His agent tells ESPN yesterday. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais with Martin Kilcoyne and onboarding in the 10 o'clock hour. And then there's a gentleman by the name of Little Jackie Papers here, Doug. And he's got an idea to move SEC games 1 per week to Friday nights.
Mm-hmm. What if I give you a 3-week window? 3-week flex window. That would be time to change accommodations.
I want to make sure my policy is crystal clear to the audience. I love the idea.
Okay.
The execution of the idea is as close to impossible as it can be.
Right.
That is because of fan travel, which is such a big part of it. I mean, hotels in Columbia are booked up, for the Alabama game, and they have been for months. And obviously, with Alabama and Missouri's profiles right now, they're even more at a premium as far as cost goes. So that would be the issue. But as a fan and as a guy who, at this point in my life is not going out on Friday nights, so I'd have Friday night as pizza night and then be able to watch SEC football on Friday night, forget about it.
Yeah, watch
I'm all in.
Watch how I manipulate this. It's because I look out for the common fan. You do. Not the fan who's spending all this money on these lavish hotels and travel. I'm looking
the lavish hotels of Columbia, Missouri.
That's right. I'm looking
You're
out.
a socialist, so you want the people.
I'm looking out for the common man.
Right.
Who just want to watch some quality ball. Maybe Friday night is pizza night for you, and you want to have a good game to watch with your family. That's what I'm looking out for.
This guy's looking out for families and communities and education.
Right.
Well, there are games to watch. As you mentioned, there are 5 games out there.
Yeah.
It's not SEC.
No.
But you could still hunker down to New Mexico and San Jose State.
Yeah, see, look at you. You can't even get through it.
What about Western Kentucky and Delaware?
Hilltoppers?
You're telling me that's not a fracas you're interested in?
And Joe Flacco, who lost his job this morning, was a member of the Delaware squad.
Blue Hens? Yeah.
See how I brought it back to a news peg?
I did. Nice peg. Nice pegging.
Clip that off. Hey, Mentality is a wonderful sponsor of this program. And if you are feeling a little sluggish, maybe you're putting on weight, that is a symptom, can be a symptom of low testosterone. If you're struggling to focus, no energy for the people you love, put it this way. If your bedroom could talk, would it have anything to brag about? Could be you're getting older or work stress or the undeniable fact that we've all become our kids' personal unpaid Uber drivers. It could also be your testosterone calling it quits, and you never get the memo. So stop being tired of being tired. Get back to the guy you used to be. Visit mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. That's mentalityhealth.com and reserve your spot today. Mentality, longtime sponsor here on TMA. You are welcome to participate in the program by emailing in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. I'm going to be shooting the FanDuel Spread Zone with Riz and Stalter coming up at 11 o'clock, and then Jackie Papers and I are planning on doing a QFTA today. Email questions in, getting them right now as I'm sitting here doing the program. T. McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Anything is welcome. It doesn't have to do with sports. And I mean anything. Anything is welcome. TMCKERNAN at InsideSTL.com. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Oh, Doug. This is a mishmash music theme today.
Very much so. I came back in from using the restroom during the break. We had 30 seconds left, and so I pulled up one of my playlists and just picked a song.
Okay. Hey, I appreciate the transparency.
I try to be transparent as often as I can.
It's TMA. The show's presented by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt slides into the dais when Martin Kilcoyne deals with that onboarding situation that he's got going on. And then Jackson Burkett with his mishmash music theme here in the 10 o'clock hour. We'll have the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. How dare Jackson suggest Friday night football? That's his tea and finger sandwich night at St. Louis Country Club, followed by cha-cha lessons. How forgetful that young chap is. That's from the 407.
I'm not into finger sandwiches. It's always it's like cucumber on white bread. Awful.
Is that a cucumber? Is that a finger sandwich?
That's like always. It feels like one of them. Not into
and they
it.
call it a finger sandwich because it's about the size of a finger?
Yeah, I think it's thin and narrow.
I need more of a sandwich than that.
Agreed.
Go watch SLU High this Friday. It'll be entertaining. That's from the 314.
Well, don't tell me what to do.
Yeah.
I think they're at the Golden Griffins on Friday.
At Vianney?
Yeah.
Nice.
SLU's got the big quarterback,
Big quarterback. Yeah, I like that.
I'd like to take my my boys to see him play.
That'd be cool. Oh.
Well, Doug, you're right. They are not happy in the YouTube chat. That's from Big Tuft. What are they not happy about?
Oh, I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know what they're arguing about. We talked about F1.
Yeah, what more do they want?
Somebody's insulting somebody for not hitting puberty.
Could be me.
You don't have much of a choice in the matter, really. It hits when it hits.
Yeah. Well, Tim's still waiting for that growth spurt. That's still coming.
And when it kicks in.
Yeah. It's going to be crazy.
Gosh, yeah.
The 60 Minutes tour, I can see it now. Man grows 5 inches in his 40s.
You think
My
that's ever
wife-
happened? Probably.
Wouldn't that be the best?
Probably a pituitary thing.
We get to the hotel room in Las Vegas. She goes, "I'm sorry, I only brought these style of heels."
Mm-hmm.
And I go, "Oh crap!" And I said, "I only brought these style of lifts."
Right.
So we're walking around, going to dinner, and I look like Casey Kasem, and she's his wife, Casey Kasem's wife, Jean. And I mean, there's got to be a 10-inch height disparity.
Yeah, it's not great.
But 10 inches.
I'm
She's
telling
not
you,
a foot
and
taller than you.
And I know what people were thinking, and whether this is appropriate or not, I'm not running for office for a few years, so I can say it.
Sure.
I know people think I'm a John.
Yeah.
A John.
I know people think I'm a John. I just know it, and I'm so conscious of it.
Yeah. I mean,
I get in the elevator, and I don't like to talk when there's a bunch of people in an elevator. You're going up and down those.
that's a
hotels.
silence.
100%. And
Yeah.
plus, I'm looking at scores. Tam Avenue Capital Partners are diversified, and I know they see me walk in, 4'2", and she's whatever the hell she is in the heels,
6'6" or 7".
6'7".
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, "Oh, this guy just got himself a UA and he's going up to the room." I know that's what they're
I
thinking.
bet she enjoys that thought too.
You're spot on, though, about the
I
elevator.
am right. No, people think I'm a John.
Well, but the elevator take I really liked. The stay silent in the elevator.
Yeah.
That's one
What
of
else
the
are you gonna do?
It's 4 places that I prefer silence.
This is Jackson's 4 places.
Four
that you
places.
prefer silence.
Can I see if I can
places.
guess?
Yeah.
Uber,
Yes.
at a haircut,
Yes.
elevator.
Elevator 3. Dentist 4.
Yeah,
Not Dr. Brandon
You
Pryor
can't
of
talk
100
to
West
the-
Dental.
You don't talk to the
He's
barber?
great. I used to have a dentist who would always converse with me while he has hands in my mouth.
Oh.
He was like, "What are your thoughts on Alvin Kamara starting him this week?" I was like, "What do you want me to say here? Like, you got your right index finger near my molar."
Well, what about the barber? You could chit-chat with the
It's
barber.
fine, but preferably.
Do you have
Wow,
a
how
barber?
about this guy?
Do you have a barber that you go to that like you're friendly with?
No.
That is probably the difference. Like, who's your guy, Doug?
Jerry, the barber.
You probably love talking
That's
to
different
Jerry.
because you guys are like buddies.
He's got a guy.
That's you guys are like
Sure.
friends. I don't have that.
Well, then you need to start going to Jerry.
Yola.
Yeah, I only got another 6-7 years of haircuts left, so gotta get in while the getting's good.
If I'm talking to the barber, I'm talking to myself.
Yeah, I was gonna
Every
say.
morning.
How many times a week do you
Probably
peel the
3 or
top
4.
back?
Trim the
3 or 4?
beard too. Little shrubs everywhere.
Yeah, all with an electric razor. You don't.
The Wall Peanut, WAHL. Me and Larry Walker, same thing. He's
Nice.
been asked to endorse it. I haven't
Nice.
been yet, but
And that gets you
sure
down to
they're
the
working on
skin on the top.
No,
Nice.
same cut that I got right now. Here, you don't anybody want to see my head?
Oh
on
yeah,
the,
yeah, that's a clean shave.
You hear Chairman Curtin moan?
Most people would have to pay to see this.
Yeah, this is free right now on the Michelob Ultra YouTube channel. Look at this.
Think how much money you save over the course of a year not getting haircuts.
Yeah, but what all the little shrubs that I got all
Have you seen the little net that suction cups to the mirror and then kind of comes right down here? Maybe you kind of wraps around like a bib and it all catches it.
Oh,
Wouldn't
really?
that be hot for my wife to see while I'm wearing readers and she towers over
It's
me.
like a garbage disposal for your head hair.
Almighty, what an absolute disaster. I don't know why all women are lesbians. I really don't. That's another take. I mean, we are gross.
Yeah, that's true.
We are
very
just
true.
gross.
100%.
God almighty. Just revolting. Just absolutely revolting. Email in on how revolting we are. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's coming your way here in a moment. You can go back and podcast like the Dickens. Jeremy Rutherford was in studio in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. Schaefer Door Company is the sponsor of the podcast. Online at schaeferdoor.com. SCHAEFER door.com, or you can call or text the number that Jason Gassrow of Schaefer Door set up for you. And that number is for TMA listeners at 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time. This is Schaefer Door. If you have a garage door that breaks, you hear that thing snap and you go, what in the world was that? That's what Schaefer Door will come out and take care of super quick, fast, and in a hurry. Doug's had them out to his house a couple times. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend. They service commercial doors as well. So if you run a business or a warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. Go to schaeferdoor.com or call or text 636-782-3608. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. It's Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the podcast here on TMA. Tim, I've gotten 2 hair transplants and now have a phenomenal head of hair. I spend about $3,500 a year in haircuts and meds. I'm not bragging. I'm complaining. Bald is beautiful and economically smart. That's from the 314.
Okay.
Shampoo costs too. I'll have to deal with that.
I don't know. It's just a preference thing. Doug got a great hair transplant.
Really good.
I mean, holy cow.
Yeah.
Just a preference
And now I have
thing.
to cut it.
I feel like Bill DeWitt III catches hell about, I don't know if he's been open about it, but I mean, even if he's not, it's obvious.
Looked good yesterday.
It's a sharp look.
Yeah, looked real good.
I
think people...
it's a totally different. When this will sound strange even to you, Kurt, at 40, but certainly for you, Jackson, at 27. Doug, you might remember this when people did online dating at the very beginning. It kind of had a taboo attached to it.
Right.
And now, my God, I would think the majority of relationships start via apps, right?
For people under 40, 35.
So if people want to do whatever it is that makes them feel better about themselves, I feel badly in particular for women who feel pressure to do things when they don't need to do it. Then they can wind up getting in a spot where they, it can get away.
Sure.
But if it makes you feel better, then
absolutely,
God bless.
Yeah,
That's why
I think
got
people
a
being
Simeon.
more open about augmentations or transplants.
There's nothing wrong with fighting the aging process.
No, but it's utilizing modern medicine. If people back in the 1800s could have had some of these, they'd slap you in the face for not taking advantage of it.
The opposite is like just letting yourself go.
Right. Well, just whatever makes you comfortable. If you don't want to do it either, whatever floats your boat. That's what I say.
Look at this guy. He's essentially saying some people like some things.
Right. He's just an everyman.
Meat and potatoes.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate that. I am an everyman.
Doug, why do they call a man procuring the activities of a madam a John? Thanks. That's from the old bastard of Belleville.
Seems like police speak.
They probably call him John Doe at some point.
That's exactly what it is.
Is that it?
Yeah. I heard.
Right.
John.
Tim, I've got a contact at SLU High. I'll get you and the boys field passes for the game. It's from Ed Time.
You need field. I guess probably, actually.
Can't
It'll be
you
the
just
first
walk
time I'd be
down
on a
there?
field for a SLU sporting activity.
Oh, ouch. Cell
Can you
phone there.
imagine the ovation he would get at halftime of the SLU football game, though?
I guess I'm probably the most distinguished alumnus of St. Louis University High School.
Sure.
What about Ed McCauley?
James Gunn just did Superman, but, Tim had a great tease in the 7 o'clock hour.
I think there was a guy who got like a Purple Heart, or I don't know what the hell, some kind of from World War II. Doug, was it Dooley? I don't know, something like that.
There's probably a bunch of them.
Yeah, but this show's been going on for 21 years.
Exactly. I mean, what did Ed McCauley do that's better than this show?
If you graduated from St. Louis U High in about 1938, they probably all went to World War II. Probably everyone in the class.
I would have seen if my dad could have got me out of it.
Oh, gosh.
We would have put in a call. Where's Martin to do the impression of my dad calling a World War II general?
Just going to call the general directly and let my people go.
Sharon in Clayton says, I'll fight the aging process with every way that my bank account will allow it. I said it. I said it. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Good on you. I respect that.
For sure.
Or you could just give up. I've seen some people who are 50 and they look 75.
Yeah.
And I've seen people 75 who look 50. And I'd rather be the latter.
Yeah, well, you got a good hair transplant.
Yeah.
You did. You know, I don't know. I don't know if I would do it. I don't know. I went back and forth with it when they were talking to me about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's different for everybody.
But I've been shaving my head for almost 20 years.
Right, I think it's a little different, like going from like totally bald to that. Like Doug had receding hairline, but he had a lot of hair still up on the top.
The Urlacher thing scares me a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Plus, he's like a badass. I'm a little dandy.
Don't do it. Don't
Dandy John.
That's right. I'm a little dandy John.
I needed a title.
I'm a little dandy John. I know that's what people were thinking. So help me, I know it. And I don't know, and it hit me even harder than previous trips.
But that's also location. That's a major location thing. Like if you were in a different
when I go to Canetto's,
right?
I'm not thinking that way.
Sure.
But next time you need to lean into it and say things like, "How much do I owe you?"
So you don't take Venmo? Maybe
yeah.
Do they still have the people handing out the little business cards out on the strip for nighttime services?
I truly did not leave the property outside
right.
of to go to dinner. I didn't go outside. I mean, I really did not leave the room.
What were the daytime temps out there?
Oh, it was like 85.
Okay.
No, it was perfect. But
You could say, "You're not going to slip me a Mickey Finn, are you?"
This is elevator chat with the John.
Just to see what kind of reaction.
Why I avoid all elevator chats. Only could go poorly.
And you don't talk to barbers, I've noticed.
I will answer questions, but I will not be the catalyst.
Now you don't sound like an everyman.
Exactly. I thought you were meat and potatoes.
I think, sometimes just because there's silence doesn't mean that there's anger, I think some of the best relationships are when you can be comfortable in silence together.
So you and your barber.
We don't want you in a relationship with the barber, but you could say, "Boy, it sure is nice outside." Yeah, how about those Cardinals? I don't know what they're going to do.
Why are you putting a governor on my possible relationship with a barber?
Clip that off.
Well, I'm saying it's possible, but we're not saying it's required.
No, certainly not.
You don't have to have a relationship
conversation
with everyone you have small talk with. It's not a relationship.
Uber is a hard stance. That one, let's just enjoy the ride.
Well, you can put that in the app, and I have.
Yeah, I have too.
For silence.
And they blow right through that.
Yeah, I do feel like sometimes.
Just because it's normal when someone sits down in your car to say something to them.
Hello, how are you? I'm good.
That'll wrap it up.
Where are you heading,
Plus, I got
partner?
I went down to Circa on Sunday morning. I had the AirPods in. I'm listening to Scott Van Pelt's podcast.
Good episode this week.
Great sode.
Are you a front seat or back seat of the Uber guy?
Front seat. Are you crazy?
Front seat?
If I sat in the front seat and the Uber driver, they'd probably think someone was up.
I've done both.
No,
is that right? Really?
Back seat only. Sometimes they have a phone charger back there. It's great.
Yeah, bees knees. Hey, James Carlton has that kind of customer service. He's the kind of guy that carries a phone charger around with him, I bet. Has your insurance gone up in the last year? Give James a chance to save you money. Do you have kids under 25 on your insurance policy? This is where James has saved TMA people the most money. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. The man has 450 5-star reviews. He's my insurance agent. I can't recommend him enough. It's James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency in Webster Groves. 314-961-4800. Go online at carltoninsurance.net. As an Uber driver, it is absolutely an unwritten rule. You never sit in the front seat unless that's the only seat available. That's from the 314.
Right. Like if you have a big crew, like if you have 4 people in a sedan, then maybe. But otherwise, when in doubt, always in the back seat. Back right, if we're being honest.
This cuckold isn't welcome in Jerry's barber shop. That's from the 314. So it sounds like Jerry just texted in calling Jackson a cuckold.
Yeah, that hurts. That one stings. I didn't think I deserved that.
Let's see if we can match up the number here with your number for Jerry and see if he just texted in and called Jackson a cuckold.
I know he listens. So could be him.
That'd be awesome if he sent that in.
Well, because the text before was "Zip it, nerd, go watch Fincher movie."
Oh,
so
you think that's Jerry?
Real turn. But I'd be into it. I'd be into it.
Let's see. Ho Chi Papers sits in the front seat of Uber so he can spread his dream of socialism with the driver that literally fled a socialist country. Be better, virgin! That's from the Warson Woods Wacko.
I just said I only sit in the back.
All right, we'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. It's a historic company in St. Louis, founded downtown in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today, and proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. They partner with the Cardinals and the Blues in the Stifel Charity Classic, also Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support the city, the people, and its future. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services and has a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. Stifel and TMA, that's where success meets success, right? Nice ring to it. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Doug, we had those Collier and Thompson phone lines active this morning. Martin and caller Ellen got sideways.
Got prickly.
Yeah, she called them prickly. Martin defended this program's honor. Just like, is that Daniel LaRusso did in Karate Kid Part 2 with Pat Morita, Mr. Miyagi, against Uncle Sato. Was that Uncle Sato?
I don't know who. I didn't
Peter
see the picture.
Cetera's Glory of Love played. I swear when we were at dinner on Saturday night, Peter Cetera was 2 tables over.
Really?
Was he
Gentleman,
really?
I don't think it, my wife insisted it wasn't him, but it was a gentleman and he had a brooch on just like Ryan Clark.
Nice.
And I thought, if Peter Cetera, he was wearing like a red velvet jacket, and people were coming up to him and talking to him. My wife's
probably
like,
him.
My wife's like, that guy's like does the lounge act like, on Tuesdays.
Right.
And I go, either way, this guy's banging him 2 at a time. That's what I know.
Maybe that's what Peter Cetera's doing now. Is a lounge act.
Could be it.
What do you got for an age on Peter Cetera?
It's a good question. I think 80.
Let's say not quite that. I'll say 78.
81.
Oh, darn
Oh my
it.
God, I finally won. All you had to do was price right me.
Yeah.
You'll never get away from that strategy
Well,
now. Do you like a brooch on a gentleman?
And nothing else? Just a brooch?
What would you
Where would it be
attach it to?
attached? Jake's coat, rails.
I guess your hair. Don't do that. He just pulled down his shirt.
Well, I didn't see that.
No, I don't care for a brooch. Oh, but I see some people wearing flags, pins, and things
Yeah,
like
what
that.
if it's like a
That's
lapel
okay.
pin?
That's fine.
Is that
What if it's your initials? Like if I had a TMC brooch.
That's a little look at me.
Yeah.
That's the brand.
What if I wore a TMC brooch?
I think it'd be fine.
See, it's different that way. Doug, tell us about Collier and Thompson, where those phone lines were so active.
Well, Collier & Thompson's where you go if you want your house to look better, just the way you want it to look. Collier & Thompson is a company to trust, not just for kitchens and bathrooms, but really for any interior remodeling job. You need a new man cave or office or bar, basement, you got it. Collier & Thompson, they even do wine rooms and fireplace walls. Collier & Thompson is your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, great selection of top-end appliances and countertops, and better yet, it's all under one roof. You don't need to drive around to 5 or 10 different businesses for one job. They've got it all right there. Collier & Thompson has the people, has the contractors, the painters, the plumbers, the electricians, the carpenters, you name it. They have it all. People have been with them for many, many years, and they do it better than anyone else in town. Their showroom is on Manchester Road in Baldwin, right next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Let Collier & Thompson bring your dream remodel to reality and come home to quality. Online at collierandthompson.com.
Doug Bill Connolly, who used to post on Tiger Board, has just released his, literally moments ago, his rankings of the 68 Power 4 quarterbacks. Would you like to guess where?
The 68 Power 4 quarterbacks.
Correct.
I'm going to guess who? What now? Who's number one?
Luke Altmaier and Bo Prabula, also known as Bo Heisman.
Okay. I'd say they're probably around between 15 and 20, probably.
Oh, my God!
Is Bo like 16, Altmaier 19?
Altmaier's 15 and Bo Heisman's 19.
Yeah.
Oh, really? All right.
Way to go, Doug.
Yeah, tip of the cap. And I know you couldn't have seen it because literally the thing just was posted seconds ago.
Okay.
Carson Beck, I would have thought would have been higher. He's at 18.
At 18?
Yeah, Mendoza won.
No.
Mateer?
He's 4. Nope.
The Oregon guy?
Nope. Dante Moore? Nope. He's 5.
The USC guy?
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Jane Mayava?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's who's 1.
Yeah, I like him a lot.
Guess who's 2?
Haynes King?
No.
Initials, please.
DP, Keisha Gray.
DP, Dan Pratt. I worked with him back in Miami.
Oh, yeah? Was he a weather guy?
No, photographer. And he's now playing college football. Gosh, he's got to be 70.
DP.
I mean, how are we not getting this here, boys?
Diego Pavia.
Thank
Yeah,
you,
there you
Chairman.
go. Okay.
Okay.
What about old Brendan Sorsby? He's 6.
Where does he play?
Cincinnati.
No.
C.J. Card, Notre Dame, 7.
No.
Ty Simpson, Roll Tide. I'm just telling you.
Arch Manning get in there anywhere?
Simpson, 8. Demond Williams at Washington. And then Jalen Daniels, who Missouri's faced, at 10. Mateer is at 12 for the record. Julian Sayin at Ohio State is 11. I am looking for Talon Green of Arkansas is 14.
Curious what his credentials are here.
Aguilar at Tennessee is 17. Stockton at Georgia's behind Bo Heisman. I'm looking for Arch Manning.
I pulled
Doug.
it up. Arch is 41.
Oh, really?
Lenora Sellers is 27. Missouri's going to face some good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So Bo Heisman is at 19. If you want to,
Okay.
if you want to make a play on that one,
He's got time to move up top 10 if he has a big second half of the season.
Ahmad Hardy on FanDuel's odds for the Heisman Trophy. Doug, you got to do some scrolling because Bo Heisman is at plus 3,000, and Ahmad Hardy is he not even?
He was plus 6,500 following the win against South Carolina.
Did I scroll past him here?
I would only assume that would go up, just remaining healthy, knock on wood.
I mean,
move him
he's not.
He's not listed?
He's
I don't see him.
Kevin Jennings.
Well, then that's a Shishawali list.
I mean, it's a sports book, so is he just period not listed on FanDuel, Chairman?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going
He's
through
not
the
listed.
whole list. I don't see it
Luke
at all.
Altmaier's listed as the last guy at plus 40,000, and Ahmad Hardy's not listed.
That's crazy.
Wow.
I saw 6,500 a few weeks ago.
And this isn't like I'm a Missouri fan. It's disrespect. That just shows. No, it's not. I'm just going. That's a miss.
Leading rusher in the SEC.
That's a miss, and second leading rusher in the country. That's an odd thing. All right, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring's online at igotfloored.com. And right now you can go online and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's family-owned and locally owned for over 30 years. And they have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in the St. Louis metropolitan area, in Creve Coeur, in Darden Prairie, and in St. Peters. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you and not pushing what corporate's telling them they have way too much of. That's the kind of business that Michael runs at Michael's Flooring. igotfloored.com. Michael's Passions Flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to him. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. It's Michael's Flooring at igotfloored.com.
This is a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Buccaneers do not fear that Bucky Irvy's foot sprain is a long-term injury. They consider it week to week. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Here we go. Wow, first day of the month, and I'm throating for Bears or whatever Tim is saying when he's locked in. Playoff baseball, Cardinal presser, Francesa's mad, Blues winless, F1 insights, and estimating high school Friday night football seating capacity. You covered it all, but the baseball talk got to me. This message is for Doug Vaughn. First of all, I didn't appreciate your little comment about women not going to baseball games because they might not feel safe. You keep your opinions to yourself and to your homeboys.
Okay.
I had a witty, fun email, but I know this segment runs short, so I'll keep it short. Thanks. That's from Maya, and then her last name's Sertz, proctologist in training.
Maya Sertz.
Hey, dudes, are the footwear of choice for the dads who loiter in the kitchen too long when his daughter brings sorority sisters home for a weekend thinking that he still has it. The guys who are debating between getting their first tattoo or a boat at age 56. If Tim really follows through on his rumored 2026 expeditious ponytail, hey dudes would be appropriate. I guess my point is that the show kicked off yesterday with a discussion about eating rabbits, and it's good to have Tim back. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Urine Troughs, the splashback builds character, son.
Shooter McGavin.
And finally, good morning, gentlemen. I am not a college football fan, but I couldn't be more excited for Tim, Jackson, Kurt, and Martin for the season they are having. And I pray every Saturday for a Mizzou win. You guys are the best, and this show would be nothing without any of you. I know Martin is more of a Marquette guy, but I didn't want to leave anyone out. Love you guys. That's from Beef Momo. P.S. If Doug complains about being left out, tell him that's what happens when you invite someone over and don't even bother to wipe.
What in the
Doug,
world?
that's from Beef Momo, and that's what we have for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Man. What you got?
Kind of lost me there. I'll go for Shooter McGavin.
Shooter.
Shooter McGavin is one. We got to go. Bye.